Evening.
Not too shabby. Like I said, the dispensary was having a sale and I had to go re-up, so when I got there, they're like, yeah, it's like 30% off everything, and some of the stuff I was looking for was literally like a third of the price from what I normally pay. And my aunt just sent me $50 in the mail for Christmas and a card that said Happy Holidays, like DAZE. So I was like, oh, well, what wonderful timing. So sipping some bourbon and a little smoke and fucking pumped to see what happens.
Yeah, the place we have for most of that got a license, so they actually put in a smoker's bar, so you could go in and buy like portions of an ounce and actually smoke it inside to try different flavors before you go home.
Well, that's pretty fucking cool. I don't think anywhere around here allows smoking on premise, but it's also like nobody gives a shit. I've seen people walking by on the street smoking a blunt and like practically blow it in a cop's face, and he was just like, "Eh,
I
whatever."
don't like the taste of a tomato.
What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to unmute myself there, but I'm arguing with my wife about tomatoes.
Oh no, that was just fucking funny. It's just so random. It caught me off
Talking
guard.
about weed, and no, I don't like tomatoes.
Okay, she's trying to force me to tomato. I can't stand tomatoes.
But nah, this place, because I can't really smoke because my throat is so fucked up. It's just harsh as hell on it. But they have seltzers, so you could get like 5 mil, 10 mil, 20 THC seltzers. They have a shroom facility on the side.
That's pretty fucking wild. I have tried some of the THC seltzers. Those are pretty solid.
Yeah, they're not bad. And, since I don't drink, it's like I could have one of those and a couple NA beers in between to make sure it doesn't like fucking hit me.
Yeah, that's solid. What NA beers do you drink? My wife has them sometimes, like mixes them in back and forth, and I've tried a few. They're not too bad.
It depends on what I'm in the mood for. Athletic, which I think is in Connecticut, is a solid, dependable, and they have flight programs and pilots and everything else, especially if you're able to go in brewery. There's just not a good local one. So pretty much I can only pick up what gets shipped in. Guinness isn't bad on flavor. It's a little watery to the tongue. Well-being Victory Wheat is a perfect shock top clone. So after a hot day of like mowing the grass, having one of those and cracking it open is delicious.
That sounds pretty nice. I'll have to check them out.
The only problem is you go to fucking craft bars and shit and they brag about their beer selection. All right, well, what do you have for NA? Well, we have Heineken Zero and Bud Zero and O'Doul's.
I will say that's one thing that Portland's doing right is they're actually creating like a pretty good culture of having a little bit of everything. So even the NA selections usually at least like 3 or 4 different types of craft NA. And there's a brewery called Kitna out here that does NA beer, and they're main local. So
Well, it's becoming more popular, especially with like runners and bicyclists.
yeah, very much so.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm ready. You guys ready to roll? I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation.
Oh yeah, no, we were just BSing.
Okay, great. Let's see. Let's roll down to the recap here. Ding. Okay. The party awakens last session. The party awakens the day after running a very deadly obstacle course known as the Trial of Knights. Awakening to Valinor cooking food for the party within a secret underground bunker within a secret underground temple. The party explored the facilities a bit before Valinor suggested that the party accept the boons of the temple by completing a ceremony of knighthood, which the party did. The Order of the Sands of Justice was born, and their motto being, "A delay in justice is injustice." And were each rewarded with a magical boon. Mr. Scruff, innkeep at the Broken Oar, also Valinor's contact, arrived a bit late with the news of the current state of affairs, as well as a few letters for Valinor. He also provided a wanted poster of the party of Blade, the traveling bard and company. After a bit of banter, Scruff agrees to do a few tasks for the party and then return in a week's time. Only a few days later, Scruff returns to the party with their mounts, beaten and bloody, slain daughter in tow. After some healing and rationalizing later, Scruff informs the party of the horrors the Silver Queen has unleashed upon Hammerton. Aside from being kidnapped, tortured, and interrogated, the Silver Soldiers also set his business ablaze. His daughter, keeping to the animals, was slain by these same soldiers as she began extinguishing the blaze around the stables. He reveals mass executions of what have been Silver Soldier commanders of the city and their lieutenants, replaced by Miraneth and 100 soldiers she had marched into town with. He reveals the people of Hammerton to not only be beaten and abused, but many bounty hunter carts have left filled to the point of overflowing as they head out of Hammerton village. The authorities, on high alert and in a frenzy, seem to be taking it out upon the local peoples. He also reveals that Miraneth and a score of soldiers are actively trying to breach the magics of the temple, and is unsure if they are capable or not, but in either case, he recommends it is best to leave rather than face Miraneth and several scores of soldiers. Valinor and the party agree and began packing the following morn after destroying some items at the forge, soaking much of the remains within the fort in oil and setting it all ablaze. The party, with mounts in tow, led by Valinor, wander out of a cave and into the morning sun, and that is where we are now. So, it has been, for the last at least 3 or 4 days, you guys have all been underground in this bunker with Valinor. And now that you're actually outside in the morning sun, it's like a breath of fresh air just is wafted into you. You didn't really realize how stagnant and stale the air was until you step out to the fresh air for the first time in a while. And as the sun kind of crests the horizon and begins to warm your face and the stone around you as you guys slowly exit this cave, you notice that the trail you guys kind of happen upon could potentially go one of two ways, left or right. But it is a sheer drop, only several feet from the front door, the cave mouth rather, as you kind of exit out. And you notice Valinor takes off to the right, leading deeper into the Rustback Mountains. But as you peer to the left, as you guys kind of exit the cave, you see off in the distance what appears to be Hammerton Village, and there are several black pyres of smoke billowing high into the sky. Valinor kind of taking lead, kind of directs the party. Well, this way, I have seen this steep cliff take more than one life, so I recommend that you do not ride your mounts through here, for a spooked pony could be the end of you easily. But the choice is yours. I do not know how you have bonded with these animals, but I would say traveling on foot is best. And he kind of takes off to the right, and you guys notice the path he's taking you down is not much wider than what can be pulled by, say, like a blades pull behind cart. Only has a few inches on either side. One side being a sheer wall towering 20 or 30 feet straight up, and the other side being a sheer drop of similar depth, 20 or 30 feet straight down into some crumpled and craggy looking rocks. And it's a tight squeeze, but it is doable. But you also notice that the path is not like paved. It is a rough and rocky road. It looks like maybe stones that have fallen off of this mountain have landed on like the path in front of you, and so it's not exactly smooth or easily identified as you guys kind of move out. I assumed everybody is taking their mounts, so you'll have to tell me whether you're riding your mount or leading your mount, and I'm going to kind of need a marching order. So Valinor is for sure leading the way, but I'm going to need to know, because the path is so slim, you guys are going to kind of be restricted to movement along this path with your mounts in particular. So go ahead and give me a marching order behind Valinor.
I'd imagine I'm probably up front. I don't know if Gladier's walking with Valinor, but I'd like to be up front, kind of helping with leading the way.
Yeah, I think Glader would be towards the front as well with Logos.
Renwick will be taking up the rear. You know what I mean.
Chris will be just in front of Renwick, walking
And I guess
and looking human.
and I guess Blade will be in front of Locris.
Has Valinor used his girdle of scales, or is he just freeballing it?
Currently, he is just a free ball in it, as you say. He is just currently in golden glittering form.
Alright, I probably would save it then. If he's feeling safe enough not to go into disguise, then I'd hold off on using it just yet, so I can save that for when it's needed. But yeah, so I guess it'd just be Valinor leading. Logus said he'd fall behind him, and then I'd be behind Logus.
Okay, so as you guys kind of carry on down this road, Valinor constantly seems to he's leading the way, but he's also kind of like leaving the party behind. He's not bringing a mount with him, and so he's constantly like stopping and looking back to the party, and he seems to kind of forget that he's not traveling solo sometimes, but he does his best to stay within view and kind of scout ahead for the party. But you guys notice that the road is very narrow and very rocky. So everybody go ahead and give me some handle animal checks as you guys kind of make your way through this rocky kind of terrain and see how well you can navigate your beasts. And Blade, unfortunately for you, you're gonna have to make this with disadvantage, because not only are you navigating your beast, but your beast is attached to a cart. Your cart wheels seem to constantly be getting either caught on or stuck by rocks.
You got a natural 20 for a total of 27.
I'm confident in Britney Spears.
I rolled a 5. So, fuck.
Yeah, we're
And
not
this
doing
is
so
why
well.
we're walking the horses.
Oh no.
Yeah, did we
Lucas
not
is
say
the
we
only
were
one.
walking the horses? Are we just gonna lose the horses, or are we about to ride them over a cliff?
Can my natural 20 just guide them all? Because Jesus Christ, no one rolled above a 10.
What'd you get, Gladier? I didn't quite catch your score.
I got a 7.
Holy balls, Lucas! You're blowing up hard.
Sorry.
Okay, so with that set of rolls, Lucas, you find navigating your pony quite easily. You've almost got kind of a weird elven bond with this animal, and it just kind of obeys your commands instinctually. Like you didn't really have to train it or anything. Your guiding touch is enough. However, unfortunately for you, Gladier is in front of you, and his horse is actually being quite stubborn, and it's quite difficult for him to navigate the small trail. And Gladier being in front of you kind of slows you up, but with your 20, you can you kind of aid Gladier in commanding his horse enough to at least steady himself and begin to move forward. But it does take a little bit of time. And then we go back to Blade. Blade, unfortunately for you, it seems like every other rock that you come across wedges in the tire and then locks up the whole cart. Like you have to, you are constantly like hitching the pony for a bit, getting out on this kind of precarious ledge, and like pulling rocks out from underneath your wagon, so and tossing them off the edge. So it is a slow process for you and those behind you. However, Locris and Renwick do not seem to be having any better luck. The stubbornness of their mules and the uneven slipperiness of like these boulders and rocks and things has got the ponies kind of skittish, and it is making for very slow travel.
Renwick just pats Tony Danza on the neck and tries to whisper to him and get him to calm down. And he's like, "No, no, boy. I know it's a steep cliff. Just look to the side. We're gonna be fine." And he's just trying to coax him. And he keeps peeking over the edge and trying to coax himself internally.
So after a time, and it's a kind of a struggle, and the day kind of does kind of carry on, and you guys do make it a good distance down this trail, but I mean it's a tooth and nail kind of drag out situation. You guys are not making a lot of ground. The wagon's constantly stuck. And everybody give me perception checks as you guys are plodding along.
Jesus Christ.
A
It's even
natural, a natural 20 for 21 for Locris.
I
a
rolled
2 for a 3.
another 5 for a fucking 8. 2 5s in a row. I'm switching dice.
I rolled 26 total.
Yeah.
So Gladier and Renwick, you guys are kind of like, you guys are also getting equally frustrated with the terrain. It's pissing you off that you have to stop and like, calm your beast and move a bunch of rocks out of the way just to get a few more steps, and then have to do the same shit over and over again. It's very frustrating. The rest of you guys notice that after a few hours of travel, Valinor continues to like, look up at the sky where the sun is, and then look back at the party and look down the path, and like the longer this takes, you guys can immediately tell Valinor is becoming agitated and a bit worried. And Valinor stops traveling so far ahead and begins like trying to clear stones out of your guys' way and whatnot, clear the road as best he can prior to you guys getting there. He's trying to aid as much as he can in your guys' ability to navigate your beasts.
Oh man, I don't know if there's anything we can do to help with this, huh?
I mean, I don't seem to be having much trouble. I mean, perhaps y'all could just look where you're going.
We're not all fucking rangers, okay?
And it's quite obvious, and I'll just kind of turn my head in a sassy way and keep walking.
I grew up on the water. I'm not used to animals. At least not ones that can't swim. Can I like reach in my bag and maybe try to like feed some hardtack to Pony Danza? Maybe try to like calm him down with a little snack or something.
Go ahead and give me another animal handling check.
That's a 3. So I'm fucked tonight.
You hand him like a handful of hardtack, and as he kind of goes to sniff it, he sniffs it like a little too hard and blows it right out of your hand and off the cliff.
Crap. I don't even know what to do to assist in this. I got nothing. How far ahead of us is Valinor, roughly?
Valinor has been leading by 20 or 30 feet easily, but now with you guys moving so slowly, Valinor is sticking 5-10 feet. He's trying to gauge what rocks may or may not be a problem for the mounts and the wagon, and he's just kind of trying to shift the rocks as best he can, either more to the side or off the cliff itself. So every once in a while you guys hear the loud crack of a rock being thrown off by either Valinor or one of your other companions. And Valinor turns out he's actually quite large and buff dragonborn, and it's quite impressive to see this giant golden chunk of metal. Because essentially he's wearing golden full plate as he travels. It's quite impressive to see him work, but still, it seems like he's got his work cut out for him. As almost every stone that he doesn't turn over seems to be the one that trips up a pony or catches a wheel.
The Glader's gonna turn back and look to Logus, who's directly behind him. Hey, since you're handling your horse so well, do you think maybe you could lead mine as well, and I can help Valinor clear the path?
Or perhaps Blade could play us a song. They do say that music calms the beast, sometimes anyway.
That could also help.
Yeah, his Blade's picking up all these stones. He's just like, I want to be a rock star like this.
So what do you say, Logus? Do you think you can manage 2 horses down this trail?
Can I manage 2 horses? Of course I can. You do what you have to do. I'll take care of your horse.
All right, so Glader's gonna hand over the reins to his horse. Or is the other guy still with us? Scruff? Does he have a mount with us currently?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Did Scruff disappear?
Oh, I
Ed?
think he's with us.
That's a 10.
10 is enough. Scruff is kind of disheartened and kind of very much participating in the travel in and of itself. But Scruff is essentially pulled himself inside a large cloak and is currently, fetal position, in the back of Blade's wagon.
Okay, yeah, maybe I'll just leave him there. I give the reins to Logus, and then Glader's gonna go ahead with Valinor and help to attempt clear the path.
Okay, Logus, go ahead and give me another animal handling check real quick. And Gladier, as you kind of move forward to help toss some boulders, go ahead and give me a strength check.
Alright, don't fail me, dice. This one.
25 total.
Just like you said, you handle both animals swiftly and agilely. You tie the pony to the saddle of the horse quickly, and then lead the horse, and the horse almost instinctually responds to your touch. And it's almost effortless that you guide these two horses. What'd you get, Gladier?
16 on strength.
It's quite the task, and you do come across a few boulders that you could potentially help move out of the way. And as you do, a few loud crashes, down in the below you, where many other boulders and rocks seem to have landed before. And Valinor kind of smiles as he looks to you, like, this is hard work, no? And he looks back to the party and up to the sky, kind of worriedly again. I must pray to Pelor that the day will be long today, but since you're here, get to work, yes? And he moves over to a boulder. He kind of wants your aid in, and you guys kind of team lift and manage to get it out of the way, tossing it down into the valley below. But you can tell as you're working with Valinor, the longer this goes on, the party's still kind of moving somewhat slowly, even though they're, Logus doesn't seem to have a problem with the two, but the rest of them still seem to be struggling, and you can tell, like, as the day wears on, Valinor becomes increasingly more panicked and frustrated and eager to get across this trail. And he focuses more on tossing boulders and even going as far as to travel the thin stretch of earth that, between the party's caravan and the cliff, to kind of go back and help the others move rocks, maybe from the wheels of the wagon, or help them with a stubborn pony. He is kind of almost in a panic, it would seem. Like the longer it takes, the more worried and foul his mood becomes.
This is kind of one of the times he's kind of making his way back and forth. I just Clater's gonna reach out and just grab his shoulder and stop him for a second. Now I know we got some bad news earlier and we had to ditch forward, but you're looking awfully panicky. Is there something we don't know? Is there something we should be keeping an eye out for? What's going on?
Well, I don't know exactly what you know about traveling in these mountains, but I assure you, when the sun goes down, it is not where we want to be outside. We need to find shelter before the sun goes down. Usually I take this path alone and without mounts, so it is much faster. I did not think that it might take longer, and if we are traveling in the darkness, it is going to be much, much more dangerous than a cliff fall. The hills come alive at night. The goblinoids roam these lands, as well as the swarms of sturge have been known to haunt the hills here, and either way, a horde of goblins or orcs or a swarm of sturge upon this small ledge is not where I want to be. We must move faster if we are to make the cave by nightfall. I do not know your skill with or bond with these animals and whatnot, but I would recommend we leave the animals. We are going to travel through the dusk, and I do not know if we will all make it to our destination. This place is dangerous at night. We must have shelter.
guess that's not really good news right now. I mean, on one hand, if we leave the mounts here, we get to safety quicker, but on the other hand, it just makes our travel tomorrow that much harder. Getting out of away from the city, we're going to be moving a lot slower.
Valinor kind of pauses for a brief moment, and he says, "Oh well, the sturge keep away the goblinoids to an extent, but if we are lucky, we could keep away the sturge. Maybe they dislike fire. I feel like if we mounted a lit torch to each of our mounts and we held one as well, it might create enough firelight to keep the sturge at bay. But this is a theory. I do not know if it will actually work, but perhaps in case inform the party that any fireworks or flames they could generate to help keep the bugs away is highly encouraged. As night falls, the swarms of sturge are not. We are not talking a small handful of swattable bugs, my friend. We are talking about vicious rat mosquito hybrids that will drink your blood till you are bone dry. So we must prepare. If you have extra torches, he pulls a couple torches out of his bag. He says, I suggest you mount them where appropriate.
All right, you keep clearing the path ahead. I'll head down the line and start telling the group to break out their torches, and we'll do what we can to keep this area lit up. Yeah, then I'm just gonna make my way down the line, just letting everyone know to pull out your torches. How close to sunset are we now?
I mean, it's only late afternoon. You still have 4, maybe 5 hours of daylight, but the rate of speed at which the party has traveled is worried Valinor, as it does not seem to be. He doesn't think you guys are where you should be, essentially, but he's never traveled with mounts, usually solo, much faster.
All right, yeah. So I'm just gonna make my way down, just kind of. Or maybe everyone just pause everyone for 2 minutes to explain the situation. All right, so guys, we have a bit of a situation. We're moving a lot slower than Valinor expected, and we might not be able to make it to a safe shelter before nightfall. And he has informed me that they're goblinoid creatures and sturges that inhabit these woods and come out specifically at night, which could cause a big problem for us, especially if we're not off this cliff face by the time the night falls. He did suggest that we, bring out our torches. Any sort of firelight is going to drive some of these creatures off. So if anyone doesn't have torches, I have 2 extra. But if you do have them, I'll just get them prepared for nightfall. And if there's anything we can do to possibly speed up our pace a little bit, I know it's rough going, but if there's anything we can do, it might assist us in avoiding any unnecessary danger.
Well, I would need a torch, but I think now that we got the horses away from the town and maybe to and their perception a safer area, maybe we could try rewriting the horses.
Are we still on the cliff? I think we're still on the cliff face.
Yeah, but you don't have the smoke from the burning town right by us and that commotion.
Could try that. I'm a little worried about our animal handling check rolls from earlier.
Well, we're gonna have to push forward either way, boys. So I say we strike a torch. Everybody hang on to one. If you can produce flame, then so be it. But that being said, we're gonna have to travel in the dark at least for a little bit, and the best we can do is keep the area lit. Not to mention, if the area is not lit, I have a hard time seeing out here. But Renwick's gonna go over, and so in our loot that we actually got, a while back. We have a hooded lantern. So he's going to walk over, put a couple candles in there, and light a torch for himself, light the candles, and give the hooded lantern over to Scruff. And he'll just say, look, we were trying to give you time to mourn, but unfortunately, dire circumstances. We really need your help. You could take this lantern and just keep an eye. God only knows what we're gonna run into out here.
Okay,
And,
so it is actually you still have about 4 or 5 hours till dusk, so you don't actually need to light the torches yet. You can light them mid-afternoon if you want. I will allow this. Day drinking is part of adventuring, my friends. But
later in the day at this point, because Valinor seemed like shit was about to go down. My bad. I thought we were further. All right, so that's what I'm gonna do. When
Okay,
it almost
correct.
gets dark.
I mean, you can still give him the hooded lantern. He'll just light it when it gets dark. And I think Loker said he needed a torch, so I'd give one of my 3 to him.
Right, and as I said before, Valinor produced a couple of torches that I assume he would have just gave to you. So you can add 2 more torches to your inventory and distribute them as you need.
Does anyone else need a torch? Anyone lacking in the fire department? Also, keep in mind any sort of fire attacks. He said would be very helpful against any sort of a scourge. So if anyone has any, I don't know, fire spells or just fire-like stuff, keep that in mind. All right. Well, if nobody else needs a torch, then I'm just gonna walk back and start helping Valinor again with a renewed vigor.
Okay, yeah, you go and help Valinor clear the path of rocks, as best you guys can. Doesn't seem to, it seems to be helping the party a bit, but it doesn't seem to slow them necessarily. Stubborn mounts and the way the wagon wheels continuously get caught, it's just a slow, tedious process. But you guys do make good time after a bit. At least over a few sections of this trail are not completely horrible to go over. There's a mile or 2 here or there that are actually decent travel, but then it gets back to the rocky road. Slow-paced ways. As the sun begins to set, and you and Valinor push another set of rocks off, he looks over and back to the party and says, well, the sun will be setting soon. If you have the fire, now is the time. Let us light the torches. I do not know. The problem is that the same fire that will chase away the scourge will bring goblins and orcs from across the valley to us. So it is kind of choose your own poison, I guess. But if you do not place a torch in the hand of every man, and perhaps something on every mount as well, they will be a target for the scourge or the goblinoids. Neither of which care what they eat tonight, as long as they eat. It could be us, could be ponies, but hopefully nothing, yeah.
Ladies, you guys
Oh, well, I'll light up.
light it up.
Okay, so each of you is responsible for yourself and a mount. Do you? You could potentially just use your own torch to kind of guide the mount. You guys are kind of you're in a straight line. Essentially, it's like hero mount, cart. And then hero mount, essentially. So. There's a little space in between you leading the mount and the mount's hindquarters, and then the next adventurer holding the torch. So you guys can light up your mounts if you want. You can, like you said, give Scruff the lantern in the back of the wagon. It's pretty clear as you guys are lighting these torches that keeps you safe in your general vicinity, but maybe not your mounts.
Fuck.
I'll pull out. I have 2 torches, so I'll put one on the back of my mount, maybe by the saddle, and I'll light, and I have a tinder box, so I'll light them both up.
Yeah, is there any way we can like try and tie a torch to the side of a like on the saddle, so like not that it's like sticking up a bit, so it's not like hitting the horse or anything like that, but it's still sort of
Yeah, you could potentially do that, especially if you're leading the horse and not riding it. It would be not too hard to take a bit of rope or a strap of leather and position the torch kind of sideways so that it would potentially be able to burn and not burn the saddle or the pony or the horse or anything. So yeah, it'd be all too easy to do that if you have the torches.
Okay, yeah. I'd light one torch in my hand and then tie another torch to my horse somehow, the saddle. And then that still leaves me with 2 extra, so I guess I would just hand those out to other people down the line. Whoever needs an extra torch can take one. I've got 2 extra.
I actually have
I have 8 extra torches.
Damn.
I guess the starter pack for a ranger came with 10 torches, so I used
Yeah.
2, so I have 8.
Yeah, my starter pack came with, I think, like 8 or 9. So
Well, if you're handing out, Locust will take a second for the mount.
Yeah, and Locust can have one of the extra 2 I have, and then Blade, do you need an extra one? Or
I think I've got a few. I think I got 10 as well, actually. So I'll probably end up holding one and maybe using some rope to maybe fasten it to the cart, maybe if I could.
Oh yeah, that's smart. Yeah, take the extra one that I have that I didn't get, and just like tie it to the cart. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I won't make you roll it out. It's all too easy to strap a torch to. There could potentially even be a holder for a torch in the side of it that's old and like rusted out. So it would be all too easy to mount a torch to your cart.
So we're all lit up on parade.
It's almost on cue, as Balinor says this to you guys, and you guys light up your torches and things. The sun kind of dips below the horizon, and Valinor and Gledir are up front, and there's a particularly big boulder in the way, and they kind of team lift it up and push it off off of the side of the cliff, and it takes a while to hit the ground, but when it does, a massive echo crashes across the entire valley, and you're kind of looking down into this stone ravine to like a small like river maybe at the very very bottom, and pretty much up the other side is just another sheer rock wall ravine, and you hear the echoes of this smash kind of reverberate back and forth, and slowly but surely you hear a loud screech out in the distance, and the flutter of wings incoming to your position as you kind of make your way forward. Valinor himself strikes a couple of torches, wielding one in each hand, and he calls back to the party. Well, if you got the fire, that is the best. If you can shoot in the dark, that is even better. And he hollers backwards towards Mr. Scruff, and he hollers, Mr. Scruff, I know you have been through a lot, and I would be a huge asshole to ask any more of you, but perhaps a little assistance in this circumstance. And Locris, you would notice kind of coming up behind Blade, the little ball that had been Scruff in the fetal position within his own cloak kind of stirs to life, and he kind of looks out and begins kind of waking up. Everybody go ahead and roll me some initiative.
So I think technically, because I would like to hold. Actually, wait. 1 second. No, that's not what I thought it was. Fuck. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to not. I wouldn't be have. Cannot form a full sentence right now. I will not have my shield equipped right now because I'm holding a torch, and then I'd be taking out my sword. So just for
Okay, duly
Transparent.
duly noted for sure. Torch in one hand, sword in the other. Kopesh, rather.
And Renwick's gonna call over to Lokris and be like, "Hey, buddy, I switched out my crossbow. Something a little bit more close range. Think I could borrow your light crossbow for tonight? Something tells me I'm not gonna be wanting to get any closer to these things than I have to."
Yeah, here you go. And I'll pull out my light crossbow and hand it back to him.
Yeah, he'll load
Okay,
a bolt
for sure.
into it and wink at him and just say, "I owe you one, buddy."
Gladier, what was your initiative?
whopping 2. It's not a good start with my rolls tonight.
Okay, well, as the sun, kind of crests over the horizon officially, and the starlit sky is visible, the thrum of wings and the screech through the air kind of cuts through, and you guys find yourself set upon by a large swarm of sturge. They definitely hoover around the party, kind of like vultures up above in the sky, and they screech and it seems like they're maybe communicating back and forth with one another. But once in a while, one will get brave and come close, but seems to be backed away by your torchlight. But these attempts seem to become more brazen and more often as the sunlight fades away, and you guys kind of continue to travel on. So, Renwick, you are up first. You do notice the sturge getting close, but for the most part, they're staying at range of your torchlight. So, as you kind of travel forth, you do see a swarm of sturge, I'd say a good 10 feet away from you and your mount. One dives in every once in a while to get a little closer, but seems to be scared off at the last second by the torchlight. But these attempts are becoming more and more brazen. They're getting more and more closer, and it's not long before they're actually coming into contact with both you and your mount. So what do you do?
Well, he had already loaded that crossbow, so he is gonna take a shot. See what happens. I guess when one swoops in at him, he'll just see if he can't. When he gets a clear shot, he's got 80 feet with that light crossbow.
So as you kind of you're kind of gauging out your enemy, you're looking at probably a swarm of about 100. Picking one out would be easy enough. You could absolutely drop one with a bolt if you'd like, But yeah, so it's your call. They're about 10 feet away, and you're looking at about 100 of them.
Yeah, I mean, shit. This is not a good situation for me, but I mean, basically, like, he'll just fire. Can I ready an action? Like, when one swoops in that's actually gonna straight up, like, get close enough to attack me, I'll pull the trigger on the crossbow.
Absolutely, you can ready an action for sure. I assume that's gonna be your turn then.
Yeah, there's not much I can do until shit goes down. I don't want to start shit.
Okay, yeah. So, kind of following up will be Renwick. Behind Renwick will be Blade. So, Blade, you notice a similar occurrence. There's a large swarm of about 100 sturge, about 10 feet or so from you, a few feet off of the edge of this cliff. They seem to be like swarming and circling and just kind of like testing the boundaries, testing your guys' defense almost. As like a few random sturge will get brazen enough to dive into the light and come at you and your mount, and they are slowly and progressively getting closer to you. What do you do as you're kind of trotting along with your pony?
Hmm. You said there's 100 of these things?
Roughly 100. You didn't like stop and count every single one, but rough estimate 100, give or take 20 or 30.
Um, I guess, is there a way, I don't know if this would be a perception check or what, but is there a way to like tell if these guys are they just don't like fire or just like light in general, like they just come out at night?
So I won't make you roll on that because the party had already determined a couple sessions prior that it was fire specifically that deterred the sturge, not light.
Oh, gotcha.
That's when Logus found his sturge light or whatever it was.
Technically, the party still doesn't know about that.
But yes, you would know that it's fire specifically that firelight specifically that keeps the sturge away.
Gotcha. So I guess I don't really want to. I don't know. They're kind of testing the waters with us. Can I just like see if I can kind of scare them off? Maybe using like my prestidigitation to like shoot sparks at them to kind of fear them off a little bit.
Absolutely. Go ahead using prestidigitation. I'd say describe to me how you would like try to scare them off using it. Like
All right. So I'd imagine I would probably be leading uh, my horse along, but I guess maybe just like I would set down my torch and just kind of point my hand out and just be like, "We ain't having none of this business tonight, boys. Not tonight." And just kind of shoot my sparks out.
okay, yeah. Give me as you kind of shoot these flames at them. Go ahead and give me, we'll say, a performance check.
Okay. Man, not good. Okay, 11 on that one.
You notice as like one kind of tries to infiltrate the light and come at you and your mount. You send a few sparks at it, and it definitely deters the one. But as far as the swarm, they're kind of keeping pace, and you do manage to keep one at bay. But for the most part, it seemed ineffective.
Oh shoot, I guess I'll probably then just get my torch again and just pick it up from the ground and just kind of keep close to Brittany Spurs and just kind of whispering in her ear to remain calm and just keeping my eyes open.
Okay, great. Yeah, and she kind of just keeps plodding along. In a little bit of a more worried state than before. You got anything you want to do with your bonus action or anything?
Let's see. Why don't I? Who's next in line? Actually.
Locus.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Why don't I? Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and give Logus some inspiration.
How does that manifest? Is it like a ballad, a tune?
I'll just start singing big. Logus, I've seen you work with these before. Go ahead, they can't be ignored.
That's got to be like a D6 or a D8, right?
Now a D8.
Nice. Okay, so Logus, you are up. You kind of see that you're up on the same scene. A swarm kind of slowly comes in after dusk, and they're maintaining their distance. But the braver or dumber of them do kind of test your defenses. They do kind of dive bomb into the light towards you and your mounts.
Would you allow me as maybe a free action or a bonus action to take a couple of maybe 2, 3 arrows out and light them on fire with the torch?
I'll say you could. I'll say if you use your bonus action along with the object interact. So the free object interaction would be getting the torch and arrows together. And if you use your bonus action to light them on fire, I'll allow that. So you'd still have a standard action.
Okay, for my standard action, I'm gonna launch off 3 fire arrow attacks in the mass of the sturges. Try to like aim for the most convoluted part to scare off a bunch of them if I can.
Okay, yeah. Give me 3 attack rolls.
Okay, so the first one is an 18. Second one is a 27. Third is another 18.
Okay, so all 3 of those hit, and you go ahead and roll damage on all 3 of those.
The first is 8 plus 6 for a total of 15. The second is 6 plus 6. And the third is 2 plus 6 for a total of 8.
Okay, yeah, you unleash 3 separate arrows, and they kind of fly into this horde, and they, lit ablaze. They blast into one of these sturge with such, power and ferocity that it just kind of skewers it and sails on through the horde, and as this sturge gets, skewered and lit ablaze, flying through the horde, it kind of bounces into and off of a few other ones that it knocks off balance. You may have gave a few concussions or snapped wings on his way out of the horde so violently, and you do this 3 times in a row where you just kind of pick one out of the sky and its flaming corpse flies at such a rate of speed out of the swarm that it bounces and bonks into several other ones, knocking them off course and potentially even knocking them out of the sky as well. So 3 well-placed fire arrows, you take several scourge out of the skies, and you do notice where the fire struck the scourge in the swarm. It does seem to scatter the swarm in that area. They seem to disperse and then regroup before coming back. moving on down will be Locris. You see a similar scene. You know, the swarms just kind of out of reach, and they do have occasional dumb or brave ones that kind of bob into the light towards you and your mount. And you see after Logos fired off a few flame arrows into the swarm. They seem increasingly more agitated suddenly. Their attempts become more brazen more often.
Am I able to see a cluster of them and a 20-foot or 20-foot diameter?
Absolutely.
All right, then I'm going to put a point on the center to gather as many as I can and cast Shatter in a 10-foot radius from that point. So you can figure out how many would be enclosed in a 2 times pi times 10 squares.
We'll say you can get about 40 sturge of the overall swarm.
All right, then from Shatter, I need a Constitution saving throw of 16.
It's a raw 12, so that'll be a fail. I'm not gonna roll 40 times, so we're gonna lump that up.
Come All right, so that's going to be 4d8 damage. I'll roll that in chat. Well, apparently it said no.
Wrong chat.
Oh. Okay. $23 points of damage to each of them.
Yeah, you you literally clean out like almost half of this swarm doing so. So kind of describe to me how you manifest this magic and how you destroy, about 40 or so of this 100 sturge.
My eyes just take a black sheen as this smoke tendrils from my tattoo kind of collate into my weapon, and I just give it a slash forward, and from that point, just a loud explosion sound emanates from there.
And the loud explosion, sends dozens of them flying in several directions. The swarm that does maintain and continue to kind of like follow the party, is even disrupted briefly. But you see sturge as well as bits and pieces of sturge by the dozen blown off into the chasm and just kind of fall down into the nothing.
And that will end my turn.
Okay, so now we come to the swarm of sturge. They are going to come forth. I'm going to roll a couple of dice here. Renwick, a couple of sturge make their way in on you. None of them land on your mount, but the two of them for sure just kind of land on you.
I did ready an action to shoot any sturge that got close enough to attack us.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to find that crossbow. Fuck. 3 for an 11.
Unfortunately, that's not quite enough. You fire off into the darkness and skitters off into the caverns below. However, I rolled a 3 and a 4 on an attack, so that's not going to quite do it. But a couple of sturge do land on you, Renwick. They don't take off. They are trying to find purchase beneath your armor. Their first initial attacks didn't quite work, but there are for sure 2 sturge landed upon you. Moving on down to shit. Did I skip you, Will, in this turn order? Or, sorry. Oh shit! I was looking at the wrong one. Sorry. Okay, Will. So you also let me roll this out real quick. A single sturge kind of makes his way in and comes at you. That unfortunately is probably gonna hit. Let's see, 14 plus. So does a 19 hit?
It does.
Okay, so this sturge kind of lands on you, and it quickly finds purchase with its like mosquito-like snout, and bites you. You take a D4. Hold on, sorry, there it is. D4 plus 3, so you're looking at 4 points of piercing damage as this thing does find purchase and begin to kind of suck your blood. Very mosquito-esque. Logos. 2 coming on you as well. Actually, 1 comes in on you and 1 comes in on your mount. You have a couple of different mounts, but so the 1 comes at you. We're looking at 14 to hit. I assume misses. The 1 coming after your mount, however, does seem to latch on and start draining the blood of your pony for a few points of damage. Chris, a couple come your way as well. Let's see. A single sturge comes and lands on you, Locris. You're looking at 15 to hit.
Miss.
Okay, so it does land on you, but it doesn't seem to find any purchase within your armor. Gladier, a couple come after you as well. A single one lands on you as well. Looks like a 14 to hit. I assume that's going to miss even without your shield.
Yep, just barely misses.
Okay, so it does land on you, but it fails to find any purchase. Moving on down. The horses seem to kind of maintain their pace. But Logos, one of the sturge has for sure landed on one of the either the horse or the pony. I'd say let me roll that out real quick. So your pony, not Gladier's horse, the sturge has landed on, and it begins to freak out and buck. Go ahead and give me an animal handling check real quick.
God hope. Oh man.
$12 total.
Unfortunately, you guys kind of watch as this pony begins kind of bucking wild, trying to get the sturge off of it. But the sturge is firmly planted, and the bucking pony begins to thrash about. And with a 4 on the die, the pony does in fact manage to throw itself off of the cliff. And as it tumbles downward, a dozen or more of the sturge within the swarm swoop down towards this pony as it kind of bounces and neighs off of the cliff walls towards its inevitable doom.
Jesus Christ.
Is that my pony?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was your pony.
All right, guys. I'll see y'all next Wednesday.
Oh shit. So anyway, aside from that, moving on down, you guys kind of hear the shattering of glass, and then a big whoosh of fire comes out into this swarm of sturge, and you kind of look back and hear the chuckle of a dwarf, and another shatter of glass and whoosh of flame. It looks like Scruff has begun launching some kind of projectile that's exploding in flame into this swarm of sturge, and with every explosion, a large portion of these sturge disperse for a small time before coming back and reforming and returning. After Scruff, Gladier, you are up. You currently have a sturge, kind of a bug-like creature, just kind of filling you out. It's landed on on your shoulder, and it's just kind of testing your armor and things, trying to find a good spot to sink its teeth into.
All right. Ignoring every instinct I have to smack a bug off of me, I do have a question. So, with level 5 Paladin, I have an extra attack. So it says you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Would you allow me? I have a flask of oil. Would you allow me to toss a flask of oil at this swarm of sturges, using that as one attack, and then using my breath weapon as a second attack? To try and shatter the flask of oil so it sprays onto these sturges and then fire breath all over the oiled sturges.
Yeah, go ahead and give me, we'll say, a ranged attack roll. But it's not like a dagger or anything, so you don't get to add your proficiency. Just your raw dex modifier and a d20 for a ranged attack roll.
That's just a straight fucking roll for the super dexterous Glader. So this may be also, just to point out, I am aiming for, because my breath weapon is a 15-foot cone, so I'm not trying to throw it super far. I want to try and get the closest swarm that is within 15 feet.
Okay, yeah, and the swarm's only several feet away. You could easily do so.
Oh, that's not. Yep. Okay. That's a 7. What the fuck? Why are we all rolling shit?
You give it a good fling, but it's not quite with the velocity or sharpness it takes to plunge it into the swarm. They aptly dodge around the thrown item, and it just kind of sails off the cliff.
Okay. Well, I'm still gonna do my breath weapon. Where is the sturge that is on me currently? Is it on my arm or my chest?
We'll say it's about a football-sized creature, and it is currently on your left arm, kind of with its nose kind of looking to seek purchase somewhere in your clavicle area. It's kind of caressing your neck, hoping to bury its sucker in you somewhere.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, because I feel like Glader hates bugs as much as I do. Glader is gonna hold up his left arm in front of him, and so the sturge is almost face level with him, and then I'm gonna use my breath weapon to try and hit the sturge that's on my arm, and then also any sturges behind it, and a 15-foot cone. And I have resistance to fire damage, so any damage I take from my own breath weapon is going to be halved.
We'll say you could aim it right. It wouldn't be too hard to move your arm and send a blast over it without hitting your own self. What do you need from me? A dex save from these guys?
It is a dex save of, it's not a high DC. I think it's just 13. Yeah, DC 13. And they take half damage on success.
Okay, so Dex is +3 comes out to a 14, unfortunately for you, but go ahead and roll me out some damage.
That is 2 6s, so they take 6 damage.
It still kills every single one of them in the 30-foot cone, which is another 20 or 30. You guys have significantly thinned out this swarm.
All right, and then yeah, I guess I'll just. I mean, like I think you said we're still like trying to keep pace, so I guess I would just keep pace with the rest of the group, trying to continue moving down the path after the attacks, and that's it.
Okay, yeah. So after you, Gladier, we're going to roll back up to the top of the round. But Valinor, too, unleashes his breath weapon upon this swarm. And, as he blasts into it, a dozen or so or more die. And, the swarm is now not so thick. It's not able to just completely block the star and moonlight. I mean, you are still looking at, maybe 30 or 40 frenzied sturge around, but it is significantly less than what had come at you originally. Renwick, you are up. Currently, you have a football-sized bug seeking purchase with a sucker or so on either arm, trying to find purchase somewhere within your neck, slowly caressing your neck parts with their suckers.
Yeah. That really sucks. So he's gonna drop the light crossbow in a sheer panic, and whip out his rapier and dagger, and just be like, "Oh fuck! Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" And try to basically take a swat at them and knock them off of him before they can bite.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls. Do you get 2 attacks or 1 in a standard action?
Standard 1, but then bonus action, I can dagger.
Okay, go ahead and give me a couple of attack rolls.
First one's a 1, but I can reroll. For a natural 20. And bonus attack, also a natural 1. For 15 plus 8, 23. Thank God for halfling luck.
Yeah, both hit for sure.
Can't believe I actually rolled 2 fucking natural 1s back to back on attacks. That's really shitty. First attack with the rapier is 6 plus 6, 12 damage, and just a d4 on the dagger for 1 damage.
So 1, you just completely obliterate. You slice it clean. You dissect this thing or bisect this thing completely. 1 smooth move. The other one, you just kind of give. It's coming at you, and you give it a good poke with your dagger, but you kind of just carve off one of its many legs. It still remains attached to you.
And I'll use my movement action to get as close to either Gladier or Valinor, whoever's closest, and just try to have them help me get it off.
Okay, so you are at the very end of this wagon train. Gladier and Valinor are at the very front, so you would have to travel through too much, and even with your full movement, if no one was there, you wouldn't be able to get to them. So,
am I close to anybody?
Directly in front of you, Renwick are... Oh, you know what? I looked at that a little off. No, I didn't. Okay, directly in front of you is Locris, Renwick.
I'll move up to Locris then, as I'm saying, like, get it off, and, like, slice the one, and, like, miss the other, or, like, glance the other one with the dagger. Move closer to him.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You find it a little bit difficult because Locris is also leading a pony as well, but you can manage to kind of skirt alongside, just being a smaller creature. It's not as difficult for you to move under the legs of a creature. Okay, Renwick. Going on down, we're looking at Blade. Blade, currently a large mosquito rat type of hybrid creature has landed upon you and is trying to find a way through your armor. I believe it is already, actually, it already bit you last time, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you were the one. You were the lucky one. Hey.
God damn it.
While attached, the Sturge does not attack. Instead, at the start of each of the Sturge turn, the target loses a D4 plus 3 hit points to blood loss. So I don't actually have to make an attack roll on you as the Sturge is attacked and currently draining you. That's another 4 points of damage as this Sturge kind of slurps down some of your blood, finding purchase, in one of the joints of your armor, and mosquito like sapping your blood. What do you do?
I think uh, just out of sheer panic, Blade would probably take his torch and probably try to whack that thing off of him if he could.
Go ahead and give me a melee attack. We'll say it won't be with proficiency since it's a torch, but go ahead and roll a d20 and add your strength modifier.
All right, 18.
That'll hit. Go ahead and add, I'll say, your strength modifier plus a d4 of damage as you kind of pelt this thing with the torch.
Okay, D4 because I don't have any strength modifiers. 4.
You do hit this thing with enough force to kill it. You snap it in half and it just kind of falls off of you dead after slurping quite a bit of your blood. You do thwack it and it does burst full of blood, and you imagine you just blew up a pocket of your own blood all over yourself, but the Sturge is dead.
So Blade is probably doing everything to not like puke and whatnot. But I think he would immediately. Blade is going to go ahead and, as a bonus action, cast a healing word on himself to kind of. He kind of puts his hand over, like, kind of releases his mount for just a brief second, just to kind of put his hand over wherever. I'm assuming he landed on my arm, or
Yeah.
anyway, to heal the wound as best he can.
Okay, what's the word?
It'll be more like just kind of like, man, these fucking things suck. More frustrated.
Nice. Okay, yeah, for sure. Roll that out. Moving down, we're gonna look at Logos. Up in front of you is Gladier and Valinor. You're still guiding Gladier's horse, but you do have a Sturge crawling upon you. It is on your back and sips over to like your shoulder, trying to find a way to bury its sucker somewhere in the between the joints of your armor.
I'm gonna try to lead it onto Gladier's horse.
Say that again.
You know how, like, when you have a bug on your hand and you kind of lead it towards a leaf so it can crawl? I want to do that to Gladier's horse.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check.
Ah, fuck that up. Hold on. That's a natural 20. Total 27.
Yeah, you deftly kind of guide this creature that's seeking purchase in your armor. You kind of deftly put your hand out and lead it across your own chest and off of your chest onto Gladier's horse.
And then, like, once I get it off of me, I want to fucking smack it as hard as I can and let an arrow go right as it's, like, flying through the air.
Okay, we'll say you could have an interaction as a bonus action. I'll give you a standard action as an attack, but you're gonna have to use one of your. Do you get multiple attacks? Do you not?
Yeah, I get 2 attacks.
So you're gonna have to use one attack to swat at the sturge to get it to fly off, rather than be able to take 2 shots at it. But as you do swat at it, you do get one clear shot as it kind of takes off and kind of tries to return to the herd.
Okay, so for the SWAT, it's going to be an 18 plus 3, 21.
Now hit, you definitely knock it clean off the horse. What's your strength modifier?
It's 1. It takes 1 point of damage.
Okay.
And then as it's flying through the air, that is fucking, what is that? It's a 6 or 9. It's a 9, 6 for 17 to hit.
That'll hit.
For 12 points of damage.
Yeah, you skewer it. It flies off across the chasm, perfectly shish kebab by one of your arrows.
And I'll say that was for John Bon Pony. And I'll kind of look at Gladier like my horse died in that year. It's just kind of upset.
Okay. Locris, coming up. You also find that one of these bugs has landed upon you and is searching for purchase.
I am going to take my weapon and smash the bitch.
Give me an attack roll.
14 plus 9 for 23.
That'll hit.
Let me see, that's a 8 to 7 points piercing.
You splatter it with a sticky, gross, wet kind of like black ichor. You completely splatter this creature all over your own chest.
And then I'm going to turn around and look at Renwick and say, "Don't move. I'm seeing 3 of you right now." And then I'm going to swing at his sturge.
Okay, give me an attack roll. Since technically it is on Renwick, you got to make it with disadvantage.
15.
That'll hit.
And another 7 points piercing.
You smoother than the smoothest golf swing. You take it clean off and send the the body of the sturge sailing through the air behind Renwick, incapacitated and in several pieces.
You see Renwick take a deep sigh, and then just look at him and be like, "Thank you so much."
As a free action, I'll pat Renwick on the top of the head, and then that'll end my turn.
Okay, yeah. Moving on down. It looks like the only person currently with a sturge on them at the moment is Gladier. Gladier, this sturge that has landed upon you, is trying to seek some purchase. It does not. Your armor holds out. It is just kind of climbing around you, trying to land a good bite. Rolls here. Oh shit. A couple more Sturge brave their way in, and they seem to want to pick on the end of the pack, unfortunately. So, Renwick, a couple more Sturge do come your way, as but the swarm does seem to be thinning out a bit. But we're gonna say 13 probably does not hit, nor does a 8. I'm gonna assume.
No, sir.
So they do not find purchase, but 2 more do land upon you. Okay, Scruff. Once again, you guys hear a shatter of glass and an explosion off into the night, and it scatters another bunch of these sturge as several fall flaming into the gorge. And he kind of cracks up as he kind of then after throwing a vial, he lights a torch and kind of just begins to wave it around wildly around himself and Blade. Finally, moving on down, Gladier. You currently are kind of, Valinor is kind of in front of you, but the rest of the party is kind of behind you, and you do have a Sturge currently trying to find its way into your armor upon you.
Okay. So how's everyone looking? Nobody's really gotten too badly hurt, right? That hasn't been healed.
I got them off me before I got hit.
I mean, does that account for the 20d6 that Pony just took, or?
Too soon, Sean. Too soon.
Logus is not hurt at all, but he's suffering some intense emotional damage, if that matters to you, because your horse is safe.
Healing word's not going to help with that. Shit. I don't think I really have anything else fire. I guess I'm just gonna take a swing. Because I can't get to the rest of the group really in the back, right? To try and get rid of any Sturges. I'm kind of.
Right in front of you is Valinor. I mean, the path's big enough you could get around Valinor if you wanted. But right behind you is Logus, and Logus is leading your horse. And so kind of beyond that would be difficult.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna hit the Sturge that's creeping and crawling on me with my sword.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
That is a 17.
That'll hit.
All right. That's a 12 damage.
You full on splat this thing with like a gross black like ichor just kind of splatters all over you as you totally crush this thing in a single blow.
Are there any others like within like arm's reach that I could swing at for a second attack?
Currently, no. They are all kind of swarming off the side of this ledge. Even standing at the ledge, unless you had kind of like maybe like glaive or something, you wouldn't be able to hit them.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else that I can do. Yeah, I guess that's it. That's all I can really do. Just that, like, knock the one off me and then keep moving on down the trail.
Okay, yeah. Going up back to the top. Ooh, that was a good one. Valinor pulls out a couple of flasks of some glowing liquid, and he shakes them up and whips them into this swarm, and they collide, and similar to what Scruff was throwing, it looks like maybe he has a bit of alchemist fire on him. But as he throws this into the cluster of the swarm of creatures, explosion of fire disperses a bunch before they regroup and come back, and several fall flaming into the gorge, and he unleashes a second blast with it, and it too creates a small fireball and sends several falling into the gorge. And let's roll on down. Renwick, you are up, and you are at the back of the pack, and there are a couple of Sturge upon you, trying to puncture their way through your armor. What do you do?
I'm gonna sheathe my dagger and switch to my hand crossbow when the second two come in, and or like I guess as they land on me, and he'll just be like, "These are fucking worse than the rats on the ship that I grew up on," and he'll just take another swing with the rapier and bonus action hand crossbow.
Okay, yeah, give me a couple of attack rolls.
First is an 18 with the rapier, and 25 and crossbow.
Both will hit.
Right. Rapier is 10 damage. Hand crossbow, 1 damage.
So once again, you completely cleave one all the way through, but as the crossbow twangs, you manage just to blow like a single leg off of the creature.
Like correction, I forgot a hand crossbow is 1d6. I rolled that. It's just a 2 though. So
two is enough. 2 will skewer the creature to the wall.
Okay then. My bad.
Yeah, you definitely. Okay, so you free yourself of both of these creatures. And you guys find that after a bit of relentless attacking and not really finding what they came for, as well as you guys kind of repelling them, you find that the swarm kind of loses interest almost and kind of moves on. Go ahead and give me, we'll say, like a nature check. Party-wide nature check, or it could be perception or nature, whichever you prefer. But,
Well, then 9 perception for Locris.
okay.
11 perception for Glider.
30-20 for Renwick.
17 for Logus.
13 for Blake.
Renwick and Logus, you guys kind of recall that when you had stayed off the Sturge before, after kind of them attempting to come around, when they didn't find anything to eat, they kind of cannibalized each other, and you guys feel like you have probably killed enough of them that they have now found an easy meal and are thus deterred from like assaulting the party further.
When Renwick notices that, he picks up one of the carcasses he just swiped and hurls it over the side of the canyon or the cliff to see if he can just make the swarm go even further away as they keep moving on.
Okay, yeah, you just kind of offer another donation to the a pit where they all seem to have flown down into. And, you guys find that the path is still difficult, a little bit more so by the moon and starlight, but eventually you do come to a decent sized cave mouth, and Valinor calls to you guys and come this way for sure.
Yeah, later hurriedly follows and takes his horse back from Logus, seeing his sad expression.
Okay, so the party comes upon a decent sized cave. It's a single round bulbous room with stalactites that hang from the ceiling. The ground though is a soft, dry like sand and is really easy to traverse for the wagon and the critters compared to the hard, rough, rocky terrain. And it looks like a few supplies have been left here, maybe from Valinor on past excursions, or maybe someone else, but Valinor helps himself to a few of the supplies and immediately starts a fire that creates a nice glow within the cave, illuminates most of the cave, and then he also sets a couple of torches up towards the cave mouth to illuminate it further, thus kind of protecting the party from sturge invasions. This is as good a place as any to come for the night. I'm glad we made it. Well, most of us, And he kind of glances down the path towards where the pony fell.
Yeah, Logus, you doing all right?
I'll be alright. It's not the first pet friend or animal that I've had died on me. And then Logus would just kind of find a dark corner to sit in and kind of brood quietly by himself.
Renwick's gonna pick up the light crossbow and return it to Lucas, and be like, I think I'm a little out of practice with this type of crossbow, but I do appreciate you letting me borrow it for a moment.
Oh, it's no problem.
I would imagine Blade would probably be hanging around Logus playing some kind of some music to, as in his morning.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a performance check as you kind of put it down a jam.
Dirty 20.
And it is quite the tune, to uplift one's spirits. If not affecting Logus, it may be affecting other people. You notice Mr. Scruff kind of nestled by the fire Valinor had built, kind of perks up and pops his head out of a drawn over like hood kind of cowl that he's been wearing. He shows his face for the first time in some time.
So, Scruff, what was that stuff you were throwing out at the Sturges? Look like little tiny bombs. Never seen anything like it before.
He looks at you and from underneath his cloak he hands you a vial of alchemist's fire. But he says nothing as he kind of glances into the fire, and you kind of you see still kind of it looks like tear brimmed eyes, and a tear brimmed eye as the draconic word for traitor was branded across his face, and picture kind of like a very slashy kind of Chinese or Japanese symbol, or word, letter, whatever. But the formation of the draconic word for traitor does come across one of his eyes, and he has a fresh pink brand of right on his face, alongside a beard that has actually, for only a couple of days, grown a pretty good amount of stubble. But for the most part, some deep scars and weird patchy parts of the hair on his beard, you could tell it was roughly shaven off at some point, probably with more of a blade and less of a razor. But he just kind of glares into the fire and just kind of remains silent as he just stares off.
Would I know? Okay, so the brand I'm assuming is a rather fresh wound because it just happened, right?
Within the last few days.
Would I know if there's anything I could do to try and? I'm assuming I probably couldn't heal it enough at my level to completely get rid of the scar, but like possibly heal it enough where there'll be like, I don't know, maybe lessen the scarring if I just like concentrate like a cure wounds directly on the scar, like the wound itself, instead of just like healing him in general.
Go ahead and give me a medicine check as you kind of check out Scruff and his facial scar.
Send. Do I have any proficiencies to help this? No, I don't. Okay, that's not bad. It's 18.
You would know. You kind of recall Scruff when he first arrived, and the wound was much fresher, bigger, pus-filled blisters around the area, and that Valinor had done a pretty thorough heal on most of his grievous wounds. Like the broken fingers, ankle, the deep side wound, the burns on his face, and things. But there were a few nicks and cuts left over, but for the most part, you gauge. Without the access to some powerful magics, there's not a lot you could do for the scar, as it has already been magically healed once.
Damn. Okay. Well, I don't think I have any. Okay, I just walk up to Valinor and just kind of nudge him a little bit and kind of speak in a hushed tone. Is there anything we can? I don't know. I'm not quite sure if you had any sort of wines or ales in there, but it might be a maybe we can hold some sort of remembrance wake sort of ceremony for his daughter. Let him toast to her life, and I don't know, just trying to think of something that might help.
Well, I think the sentiment is nice, but if there is one thing I know about the dwarves is that admitting that they have emotions is almost as painful as having them, no matter what they are. So I think that while he would appreciate the sentiment, maybe give it some time. He will grieve in his own way. I feel that his spirit is broken, and he will come to sooner than later, hopefully. But yes, I agree something must be done. But our journey leads us down a different path, I suppose. That we are going to go to the with all the sturge and the ways that we move with the mounts and things. We cannot take the path I normally take. We are going to take a different path that is going to lead us to a few wild dwarves, the nomadic dwarven clans that roam these lands, and they the nearest clan just happens to be where Scruff is from, so perhaps his people will be able to lend him some of their spark of life, for I feel that he has lost his for the time being.
Fair enough, but little wine never hurt anyone anyway.
Oh yes,
sure.
there are some resources in the back. I stored them for when I go on excursions. I don't know if there's anything worth rummaging for, but there are a few supplies. There might be a wineskin or two.
All right, I'll check it out. And I'm gonna go just rummaging through and see if I can find any wineskins to pass around.
Okay, give me an investigation check. As you walk over to this small batch of supplies, it's a couple crates and a barrel, several backpacks kind of piled upon each other, some bedrolls and rope, just some standard adventuring gear. But go ahead and give me an investigation.
Apparently, I'm much better at investigating while looking for wine than I am at throwing oil flasks. Because I rolled a 19. Or I rolled a 16 plus 3, so 19.
You do come across a couple of dusty bottles of wine, but it's not anything fancy, just a common wine. But you do find 2 bottles of wine.
Alright, so I'm just gonna take those, uh, walk up to Scruff. I don't say anything, but I just, pat him on the shoulder, then drop one of the wine bottles in his lap. And then I uncork the second, take a swig, and then start passing around the rest of the group.
Scruff briefly kind of looks at you and makes eye contact, and you swear you see like a tinge of a smile just start to form before he kind of fades back to his normally kind of somber self and glares back into the fire. But you do get a brief moment of recognition from him.
Alright, so yeah, after I, start passing around and sit down by the fire, and so everyone, what do you think our next step should be from here? We've got some planning to do if we want to take down this tyrannical leader and her 3 awful sons, who we don't even quite know the real names of, other than the hammer, the spear, and the book. Book sounds super interesting, but any ideas?
Well, we heard the Green Dragonborn tend to make a home over in Wormhearth, and if it's a town of mages, and 4 of the 5 of us happen to be some sort of caster, and it's probably in our best interest to swing by there and see if we can't, make a few friends. But that being said, there's posters going around with Blade's name on them, and I think we should hear what he has to say about that before we head into another town.
Well, on top of that, Warm Hearth is where the queen got her training, so we might be able to pick up some more information on her that we could use to our benefit.
That is a valid point as well. What are your thoughts on your bounty? Well, technically it's all of our bounties except Lokers, who got away with disguise self. But Blade, you were specifically mentioned by name, so I think you have a little bit more at risk here than the rest of us.
Well, this isn't exactly the press that I wanted, but maybe I could hide in the cart. I do have my cloak after all. I could maybe kind of conceal myself a little bit.
We might be able to disguise you up a little bit as well.
Well, if the next settlement or maybe the dwarves we come across, if I could get some more makeup, I might be able to disguise you guys to at least give cause for a double take rather than just directly being able to point you out.
Yes, this will be good. We will take another day of travel to the Stonehand clan, and as he mentions this, Scruff kind of squirms a little bit and takes a swig of the wine, but is otherwise silent. And after we go to the Stonehenge clan, it will be a short journey across the way to Dipper's Point Trading Post. It is a trading hub here in Hortonshire, a city of decent size, one that we may enter unnoticed, but from there, I think we will have to part ways, I am afraid. I cannot rally the members of my order with so many in tow, as you will. He kind of gestures to the party and the mounts and things. It is better for me to go alone for the safety of everyone. But we will find a place at Dipper's Point to speak further of this. But I think that the ultimate goal for me and my order is to meet in Frostfire, the city on the island of Mount Whitehorn. The overall goal is to get there before moving on, so I think that perhaps we should share this goal. We must get to the realm of the Silver Queen to even begin to enact the vengeance upon her, no? So, getting to her lands is not exactly the most easiest, as the Arctic Lake between here and there is quite large.
So the second place he said, what was, so it's Stonefist Clan, and then what was the something point?
Dipper's Point.
Dippers.
Dipper's Point Trading Post would be location number 4 on the map of Hortonshire.
Okay, so currently we're somewhere between Hammerton and Gethmara Keep, right? So somewhere between 3 and 1.
As far as you know, you are somewhere in the Rustback Mountains, but you are roughly a day's travel from Hammerton Village, but in what direction you are not particularly sure.
Okay. So he's saying we're gonna meet with the Stonefist clan somewhere in the Rustback Mountains, then head to Dipper's Point trading thing.
Correct, yeah.
Number 4.
Dipper's Point Trading Post is the next decent-sized community that Valinor is trying to lead you guys to.
Okay. All right. Well, Valinor, how long do you think it'll take you to rally your people to? Shit. What was the place? So many names. I can't remember them all. Frost, something. The city.
Frostfire.
Frostfire.
He kind of thinks for a moment and well, this will take some time depending on what they are doing and where they are at. These things kind of change. My order tries to hide as well as they can. But I feel that finding them all and then finding you will only result in me having to find them all again. So when I leave to fetch them, I do not intend on coming back for the order of the sands of justice. You will be left to your own to rendezvous with us in Frostfire. It is a city on the coastline of the Arctic island Mount Whitehorn, and that is one of the Silver Queen's strongest allies. The White Dragonborn have made quite a city for themselves there. And that is step 1 is rendezvous there, and from there I will have already made contact with my order, and I will have more information for you as to what and how we are going to execute this plan.
All right. Well, that frees up some time for us to potentially go to the Wormwood.
So yes, I would say this is a great Arctic Lake around Mount Whitehorn, you will not make it without some kind of a boat. And Dipper's Point, as well as Wormhearth, are great riverside trading communities, and they would potentially have a boat for purchase or acquisition, if you will. He kind of looks over at Renwick and Locus. And then you have a way, but aside from commandeering something or perhaps bribing a merchant or something, you will need some way to get across this Arctic Lake. And so Dipper's Point or Wormhearth is the markets there are likely your best point. You could journey all of the way around the south side of the desert. There is a large trading community there as well. Scale Shores, that is on the south side of the desert, but it is several days travel from Wormhearth to there. But it is your call. But your order will not make it to the realm of the Silver Queen without some sort of watercraft.
All right, so boys, what do you say we get to Dipper's Point? I mean, it's along the river, so we could charter a ferry down to Wormhearth, and then see if maybe we can get some allies, and then keep on continuing down the river towards Silver Queen's domain. Potentially, hopefully, with some friends along to help us.
I do think that'll be our best option. Plus, it splits our party between them and us, so we have more of a chance of actually getting something done instead of all of us sticking together.
Yeah, I think it might be our best bet.
So then we, in agreement, we're off to Wormhearth.
That was
Okay,
I don't
yeah.
know.
The fire kind of crackles on, and it doesn't look like Scruff really moves, but the bottle of wine seems to have been drained, and Valinor, replaces a few torches as by the cave mouth, and throws another couple logs into the fire, making sure to keep the brightness going. And though he doesn't really cuddle down and like sleep or anything, he does find a position up against a wall where he can kind of gaze out the cave mouth and to the fire, and he begins kind of just kind of looks like maybe meditating, saying a few prayers to Pelor under his breath, but for the most part he's just kind of watching out over the party as potentially it becomes time to rest.
Before we rest, Logus would like to. Would anybody allow me to cut off 10 feet of rope and add it to my own? I need 60 feet of rope.
I think I might have rope.
Valinor kind of and gestures to the pile of dusty supplies over in the corner. A few barrels, a barrel and a few crates, a few old leather like backpacks, but there is an old hemp rope just kind of gathering dust in the corner.
Okay, I'm gonna just cut off 10 feet to make my 50 feet of rope, 60 feet. And then I'll roll it back up, put it back in my pack.
Okay, for sure. Go ahead and note that it's 60 feet instead of 50.
Before we all go to bed, too, Clater's gonna walk over to Valinor and kind of sit down next to him. Now, I think we talked about this briefly before, but is there any way we can get message to Tar in Hammerton to see if he can send that shield I commissioned down to Dipper's Point. It should be done by the time we're on the way there.
He kind of looks off for a moment, gazing out the cave mouth, and turns to you and says, "Well, I do not have anything on me at the moment, but the dwarves are quite capable of this. We'll have to wait till tomorrow when we reach their quarters, but I believe they would help us in this way, yes."
All right, well that's good to hear.
Yeah, Locust, the cave is kind of like, it's got an open mouth, and there's stalactites, kind of hanging down and whatnot. But one thing that is kind of particular is that the interior of the cave, at least the floor at least, seems to be like a very soft sand. You don't know if that's just natural or by design, but for the most part, it's just kind of like a bubble in the side of this mountain. There's only one entrance and exit, and for you guys are pretty shielded from the elements for the most part.
Before we take a long rest, Logus would like to go to Gladier. Gladier, would you follow me to the back of the cave? I'd like to show you something. I kind of want to like make sure nobody's watching us. I'm gonna show him my pecker. No, I'm just playing. So I'm gonna take that 60 foot of I'm gonna take that 60 foot of rope, and I'm gonna like over the past few nights I've been learning a new trick. Thought I'd like to show you in case it might come in handy. I'm gonna take that rope and I'm gonna throw it like in the air. Now you're gonna see is that the rope kind of gets stuck in the air and drags and just hangs down, and Logus will start climbing up the rope and enter like there's just a hole at the top of the rope, and he disappears into a hole climbing up the top of the rope.
What the hell, Logan?
Valinor's kind of sitting across the cave, looking out, and he's pretending not to notice, but it's pretty clear he kind of dropped his like smoking pipe as you entered into nothingness.
I'm gonna pop my head back out and look, come here, come up here. It's safe.
Okay, I guess it was a little weird, but I swear to God, if you do some weird shit while I'm in there, yeah, I'm just gonna climb up.
So when you get in, it's just an interdimensional, extra dimensional pocket space where nothing can come in or out of the hole. No bullets or magic can get into it. It's basically like a little safe space for us, and we can see out of the hole. It's a 3 foot by 5 foot window centered on the rope. So, and then I can pull the rope up so where it's not visible from the outside. So I'll pull the rope up.
Okay, yeah, the rope just kind of follows its way up and eventually disappears from sight. And
So
all you
from
guys kind of
Valinor's,
saw him doing this fuck with the rope. The cave's not so big that you could avoid the gaze of the rest of your party. But so yeah, the rest of the party just kind of sees you and Gladier climb up a rope into nothing.
Can they not see us from in here?
no, this is separate area. Actually, technically, we're not even in the same plane of existence as the others right now.
Can we see them?
Yes, we can see out of this hole, and technically, you can poke your head out and enter the same space again. It's a little thing that I like to call a rope trick. It's a nice little place that we can hang out for an hour if need be, maybe get a short rest in, or just need a place to think or be alone. We can be here.
No, this is very handy. Can can we throw anything out of this hole?
Oh, of course. And then Logus will reach into his pack and get out a couple ball bearings, and he wants to throw one at Renwick, Locris, and Blade, and then try to pull my hand in before they see me. So they just get hit with a ball bearing in the back of the head.
Okay, make 3 separate attack rolls real quick.
That's going to be a 31, but no, it's going to be a 30, a 24, and a 17.
So I don't think you hit Locris, but I'm pretty sure you got the other 2.
Well, I doubt I'd be holding my shield while we're sitting in a cave, so my AC would only be 16 at that point.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you peg all 3 of them. Go ahead and give me we'll say a sleight of hand check to do it without being seen.
A 50.
Are any of your guys' passive perception above 15?
Not above 15 or on passive. I rolled a 17 regular perception, but if it's passive, then no.
Nah, I fell on both counts.
Yep, failed.
So yeah, you guys don't really notice, but kind of with the quickness of your hand there, Logus, you managed to peg each and every single one of these dudes, and as these guys kind of disappear up into up a rope into nothing, a small metal bead just kind of bounces somewhat annoyingly like off your foreheads.
And then from our perspective, we can see them from inside the hole, like looking around, getting irritated. Yeah, so we have to stick our hands out of the hole in order to interact with the outside world, because nothing can come in or out, because technically it's not here. You can stick your head or hands out and do something if you need to.
Well, this is definitely going to be useful, at least for pranks like this. But I think we can definitely find use for it other ways as well.
So now that we're alone, Gladier, what is the end game here? What do you want to do? Like, I know we're going to topple the Silver Queen and all, but what are the plans after that? Do you plan on taking the throne for yourself? Do you what's the end game for you?
Yeah, I haven't really thought that far ahead, but I don't think the throne would suit me too well. I don't like sitting in one spot for too long. Really just want to free my people and bring peace to where there was once chaos. Valinor would probably much better suited for leading our people after we finish this. Granted, we all get out alive. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just cross that bridge when I come to it sort of state of mind right now. My only thoughts right now are just getting the justice that my family deserves and making sure this queen doesn't harm anyone else and destroy any other families I actually did mine. And I already kind of promised that I'd help you guys out with your own personal issues, like you've been helping me with mine. So can't be ruling a country when I still have, deeds undone.
Part of the reason why I agreed to help you is I believe that traveling with you might be an end to my means as well. See, I've been traveling looking for someone. I know we've never really talked about it, but my father was a well-known adventurer in my land, quite powerful and very renowned. One day, he left with his party and never returned, and it's not only scares me but intrigues me of what happened to him, and I feel like it's part of my mission and the way he trained me that I not only need to find him if he needs help or find out what happened to him and avenge him. So part of traveling with you and the group is I have my own mission as well, and strength in numbers does end all, but I really don't know what comes at the end of this as well.
Sorry to hear that about your father. I mean, I know all too well how it feels to lose that. Do you know where they were going? How old were you when he disappeared with his party?
It was not too long after my name day. He bestowed this bow, gave it to me on my birthday, on my 100th birthday. It was his favorite bow, and he wanted me to be a strong adventurer like him. And not even maybe a couple of months after my birthday, he said he had to leave with his party again and save the world like he always does. And usually he's back within a couple of months, but this time he never came back. My mother was devastated, and she's a quite powerful druid in her own right, back in our forest town. And it just didn't sit right with me that we didn't have answers and we didn't have any kind of idea what happened to him. Whether he's alive or dead, it never sat right with me. And we met his party a couple of times, and we were all such a good group of people and powerful in their own right. Honestly, it's quite frightening to think if someone was able to take them down. There's some powerful people in this world.
So we're going to circle back in a few moments on the fact that you're 100 years old. Get to that.
Oh, it's an elf thing. I'm actually pretty young for an elf.
Still feels weird. You've been around for about, 82 years longer than I have.
And think about it, even for an elf, I'm still technically a young adult. I'd probably be the equivalent of maybe mid-20s for a human.
Oh, yeah, a little. So, your father didn't, or anyone else in your party didn't say anything else about where they were going, what their mission was? They just up and left and said they had to help people and just never came back?
One thing about my father was and he had never lost. He'd always come home with trophies, and he was towards, being the renowned hero in our land. He was very arrogant, and he didn't tell us. He didn't say what he was doing. He would always make a big show about leaving with a party. The town would throw a little celebration because there goes Lagos, the hunter. That's where our name comes from. Logos Nilo. It basically means night walker. Because he was so quiet and so quick. You'd be with a knife in your neck before you even knew he was behind you. He was something else. But as far as what he left for, never really said towards the end. Before it would be to save a town from goblins, to slay a monster that was causing havoc, free a small village from a wizard's hold. It was always something like that. But this time, he made a show about it. Made a big show. Part of me wonders if he knew this one was a little more dangerous, or if he knew he wasn't coming back. Because I remember the day he left, he gave me. My father was not much of an affectionate person. He was very tough on the training. But that day that he left, he gave me a big hug, a long hug, a hug that was a little unusual. He told me to become the man that he knew I could be. Remember everything that he trained me for. He knew that I was in store for great things. Probably went to get milk in the next kingdom over and just never came back. Enough with with another woman, for all I know. Part of the reason is I just can't not know.
There's pauses for a moment, kind of looking a little solemn, understanding his loss, and then just gives him like a hearty grip on the shoulder. Well, don't you worry, we're gonna figure out what happened to him, and maybe he's still alive. Maybe you never know. Something could have happened, and maybe he's trapped. Or, I mean, worst case scenario, he didn't make it. But if that's the case, we're gonna figure out what happened. And we'll get your father justice as well. It's not gonna just stop with my family. We formed a pact together, formed a, essentially a order of knights. I mean, we got knighted by some holy ceremony, so finding justice doesn't just stop with my mission. It's going to carry on through all of ours. So we'll figure out what happened and, we'll fix it. Whatever that means.
Of course. Part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you alone was I feel a kinship with you, having seen your people suffer, having fought by your side for your cause. I thought it was only fair that you knew my intentions, you knew why I'm doing what I'm doing, and just like I know you do you do what you do. And I would hope that, our little discussion here would stay between us, because the others, we don't really know their intentions yet. And I feel like when they're ready to share, they will share, just like I'm ready to share, I'll share. But I just wanted you to know a little bit about me, just like I know about you. And with that, Logus will drop the rope and poke his head out. Renwick, Locris, Blade, would you like to see the magical hole?
Are you done with your hole? Or, Gladier, done with your hole? Are we allowed to join now? He's a little ticked off that you hit him with a fucking ball bearing.
Before everyone starts coming up, Glader's just gonna tell us, I appreciate you trusting me with this, and you got my discretion, but they're good people. So when you're ready, I think you should let them know as well. And then he's just gonna jump down back into the cave. Yeah. I'm done with the hole. Go on.
Actually, we can fit up to 8 people in here, so if everyone wants to see the hole, they can.
Oh, sure, you can fit up to 8 people in your hole. As he begrudgingly, stands up and makes his way because he wants to check this out, but Doesn't want to admit it.
What Gladiator does with the hole is of none of your concern. And drop the rope down so everyone can come up and see it. The hole lasts for an hour.
Valinor kind of pretends not to be interested, but eventually does make his way up the rope to poke around and kind of gaze upon the different kind of magic, something that he's not familiar with. And after a bit, he seems satisfied and returns to his position, kind of looking outward from, towards the outside of the cave, I guess, kind of keeping watch.
So what you're saying is Valinor felt fulfilled after sticking his head in the hole.
Precisely. I don't know about fulfilled, but satisfied for sure.
You did say satisfied. Sorry, I phrased that wrong.
Yeah, so after an hour of everyone exploring Logos's hole, I'll drop out of the rope because when it after an hour ends, and I won't tell like everyone, so especially Renwick, I'll climb out of the hole, and after an hour, everything that's inside the hole just drops to the floor. So you'll see like Logos climb out of the hole maybe at 59 seconds, and then after the minute, just Renwick the hole disappears and Renwick hits the ground. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, if you don't leave the hole within an hour, you will be thrown to the ground wherever we are.
Can I roll acrobatics to see how I land?
Absolutely.
21.
You land quite gracefully, despite being surprised at the drop. It almost surprises even yourself. You land firmly on 2 feet.
He's just gonna give him a nice wink and be like, "Thanks for letting me in your hole, buddy. It's pretty cozy in there." And then he'll go on about his business.
Glader would probably be getting ready, like rolling out his bedroll and, getting ready to pass out at this point. It's probably getting late, I'm guessing.
Well, yeah, it's definitely getting late, and Gladier, not Gladier, but Valinor posts up kind of between the party and like the entrance exit up against the wall, kind of posting guard. And he switches kind of between saying prayers and pulling guard and maybe catching a light nap now and again. Periodically throughout the night, he does stoke the fire and replace the torches, keeping them burning bright until the early morning hours, keeping the swarms of sturge at bay. So, upon the next morning, you guys kind of you wait to Valinor, passing out a few rations here and there, breakfast for the party, so like hardtack and maybe some dried fruit and things that he brought with him. And once again, you guys kind of make your way out into the bright morning air. It's definitely cold and cool and crisp. There's a light wind blowing, and once again the rock-covered path kind of leads you guys off into the Rustback Mountains. Each of you kind of found your way the day prior, being presented with all the day's difficulties. You're kind of more prepared for what this track entails, and Gladier and Valinor begin clearing stones as you guys kind of guide your mounts and the wagon through the mountainous terrain. Mr. Scruff, pretty standard, cuddles up in the fetal position in the back of the wagon and is just kind of completely within his own cloak. But after several hours of clomping along and moving rocks, The day kind of wanes on. It's probably late afternoon at this point, and once again, Valinor has led you to yet another cave mouth. And this one is a lot bigger than the one before, but like the one before, uh, compared to the hard terrain, the rocky road you guys have been traveling down, you look in and it looks to be like the floor is completely made of soft sand here as well. And Valinor kind of gestures for the party to head inward towards this cave as he enters himself.
Could I tell and see, like, is the sand, does it look like it could have came from nearby, or does it maybe seem like these are designated safe houses?
Go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of eyeball the sand.
24 total.
Best you can figure is the sand is like a byproduct of creating. Like it's a byproduct of like say somebody did some work to the stone here. The sand seems to be made from its surroundings, but not occurring naturally. Like potentially, someone has done some work renovating the interior of the cave you were in prior, as well as potentially this cave as well.
So looking at the sand, Logos will say, Eleanor, do you know who made these caves? I mean, it seems as if someone did a lot of work to fashion these caves on the side of the mountain.
Well, the Rustbacks are home to many, many clans of the wild dwarves. They are nomads. They go where the ore is. Sometimes they build a small hole for a few days' worth of work. Sometimes they find a vein of ore worth several generations worth of living and working side by side. And then sometimes these ore veins will dry up and an entire city of dwarves will be dispersed to find their own way again. It is hard to say who built them or when and where, but it is mostly the wild dwarves who use them now.
And is it like again just a open cave mouth, or there's no other entrance or
You
pathway?
haven't really entered the cave yet, but Valinor just kind of waves you through, and he does enter. But as far as you can tell, it's about 15, 20 feet wide, and it's a good 20 to 25 feet high. Like it's not secret or hidden, and it is quite the vast cave mouth, but it is dark within.
Out of curiosity, Renwick's gonna walk into the cave and just get to where he is at least like, if possible, basically wants to like have a 30-foot radius around him. He's gonna pull out his wand of secrets and just give it a go and see if anything happens.
Okay, read me. Did you pull that up? You've got the stats on the Wand of Secrets, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, run me through that real quick. Read me the language on that.
So 3 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges. If a secret door or trap is within 30 feet of you, the wand pulses and points at the one nearest to you. And I can regain these charges at the beginning of every dawn. I roll a d3 to determine how many charges I get back.
Okay, yeah. As you enter, so you're gonna enter the cave and then use the wand. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just basically, as much of the cave as I can get in one good burst, I'm gonna use the wand just to see if anything gets flagged.
Okay, as you walk into this cave, it is kind of dark, but at the back end of this cave, shrouded by darkness, there is a light, and you see what looks to be a door-shaped hole. Like it is a perfectly cut, like 90-degree angles on the stone, a hole within the back of this cave, leading somewhere else. And on either side of this door are a couple of torches that are lit. And it is you would have to travel 25-30 feet into the cave to get to the back to where this door is. But as you pull out the wand, it certainly thrums in your hand and spins a bit, and then points directly adjacent to where this wall, the doorway in this wall is, and just kind of hovers there ever so slightly, about 10 or 12 feet to the right of this door, bearing torches.
So when the wand actually triggers, it pulses. He's gonna stop the party, and he's gonna look back at Valinor and be like, "Hey, you know anything about that door that's up there? The wand's telling me that there's probably a trap nearby, and I need to know if it's somebody you know, or if we need to be a little bit more prepared."
Well, I do not know anything about the door or the trap, but I know that these people, for the time being, they're not fond of outsiders, but they will tolerate us. They will not kill us on sight or anything, but they do not like to be snuck up upon. So, with a deep bellow, he calls out, and it echoes around the cave chamber. Hello, hello, hello! Anyone there? Anyone there? Anyone there? And immediately, you guys hear the clanking of iron and steel, and a small squadron of stout dwarves piles out of the doorway on the opposite side of the room, and kind of stand in defensive positions, glaring at Valinor and the party.
You say there were dwarves that came out?
Dwarves, about a dozen, heavily armored and armed, all with axes. And they all kind of pile out of this doorway and set up kind of a defensive formation, and kind of look outward to Valinor and you and the party outside.
Well, Valinor, these are your people. Say hello.
Valinor kind of throws his hands up and he smiles slightly, and you notice the small crowd of dwarves kind of parts as a much older dwarf, gray beard that is very long and tightly braided, kind of makes his way down the center crowd, eyeing Valinor. And as he gets closer, you guys notice that Scruff has come out of his standard sadness coma and walked up next to Valinor. And as this guy approaches, he starts to beam with a smile, and as he gets closer to Valinor and Scruff, he walks with a little bit more speed, and then Scruff's hood falls, and he sees what has befallen him, and he stops, is almost physically stopped, and looks in horror almost upon Scruff, and then back to Valinor, and then back to Scruff. And then kind of gazes casually beyond them to the party behind. In a very thick dwarvish speak, he says to Scruff, Scruffaldo, you come with me right now, and Valinor, you as well. And he kind of gestures to the squadron. For the time being, these are our guests. See to it they're taken care of. And this older dwarf kind of slowly heads back into this single cut door in the wall, this single cut hole in the stone, and Valinor, as well as Scruff, and about half of the dwarves that came piling out return to inside the doorway. However, a couple of guards do post up on either side of the door, and about 4 or 5 dwarves sheathe their weapons, or at least put their axes on their belts, and slowly approach the party. Hands up in the air, indicating peace, or at least not being aggressive.
Well, Glader speaks Dwarvish. So he'd walk up. Similarly, and then hands kind of at his sides, showing he's not drawing any weapons, and then say, "Well, hello there. We are the Order of the Sands of Justice. I'm Glader. This is Renwick, Logris, and Blade. We're friends with Valinor and Scruff. Do you mind if we come on in too? It's getting a little dark outside, and we're not trying to be out there after dark."
One of the dwarves kind of looks past you out the cave door, and then looks around. And the cave you're in, aside from having a soft sand floor, is pretty natural. It's got like stalactites and things, and rough strewn walls, but it is large, But it doesn't have anything in the way of amenities. But the dwarf kind of nods and like gestures to a large patch of the sand. Another dwarf kind of begins, making what you can assume to be like a fire pit. Looks like he's going to get a bit of a fire going. And the one that kind of nods to you and gestures, he asks, food and water for your mounts and your party, I assume. Kind of looks at you, Gladier.
We wouldn't want to intrude or inconvenience, but if you don't mind, we definitely won't say no.
Indeed. Well, it'll be done. He kind of claps his hands, and a couple of dwarves run off, and they begin tending to your mounts, and the guards don't seem to pay them any mind as they run back into the what looks like maybe a main chamber or something, and they come back with some supplies, and they throw down a few bales of hay and whatnot, and bring some buckets of water out for your mounts and things, and make sure they're generally comfortable. And they also provide you guys with a small bit of ale and some dried cut meats and things, as they just kind of hang out with you in this like a foyer type of a chamber, I guess, to their city.
When the dwarves come over to tend to the horses, Renwick is gonna palm a couple, like 3 gold pieces, into whichever dwarf is coming toward Pony Danza. And he'll go to shake his hand, and he'll be like, "Thank you for taking care of them and for us." And slip him 3 gold, and he'll be like, "They lost a dear friend today. See that they're comfortable."
He kind of takes the gold and looks at it and looks back at you. And I'm helping you because the elder asked me to. We don't keep this kind of city shit around here. And he throws your gold coins back in your own face.
He'll just quietly pick up his gold and go on about his business.
So yeah, they get a nice little campsite going for you guys. They throw down a couple of bedrolls, and they put up like a cloth tent or two with a few stakes in the ground. Give you guys a little privacy if you want. But aside from that, and a fire and a bit of food and ale, they kind of post up semicircle-ish around like the party and the designated area for you guys and your mounts. And they kind of they're just not really saying much. They're kind of staunch, staring at you. The occasional whisper or murmur in Dwarven here or there, but for the most part, it feels like you're definitely being babysat while you're here.
Do I hear anything in particular?
You can go ahead and give me a perception check.
I also speak Dwarven, so could I maybe just give him an assist on that?
You want to
Yeah.
roll your own? Your perception's probably better than mine.
I'll say you can give Gladier advantage or you can make your own check.
What the heck? I'll do my own.
Okay, give me a couple perception checks.
Natural 20 for me, so 23.
Nice. I rolled a 16. Glad you rolled your own.
Gladier, you hear like some kind of ruckus. You swear you can hear the ring of a hammer here or there from beyond this door. But Blade, you clearly hear a bit more. You hear the hustle and bustle of maybe picks or like an active mining operation is what it sounds like. Like there is clearly the sound of not only an anvil ringing, but several things being struck upon stone from your gather. So you can assume that the chamber you're in is maybe like a foyer, and you are probably just outside like the main chamber of the dwarves. It sounds like there is quite the hustle and bustle. There is probably at the very least several dozen dwarves on the other side of that doorway.
All right. I guess. Could I guess maybe use my. Well, if I can only use my ring to communicate with one person, right?
Anyone in the party, but only one person per charge. Yeah.
I guess I would probably relate that information probably over to Gladier if he didn't hear it. Just say, I think that there's here, noises, anvils hitting. It seems that we're, close to something bigger here. A lot of commotion.
Are you on mute?
Yeah, so I mean, aside, a few moments pass, and a moment turns into an hour turns into two. You can see, even though you're kind of in this large cave, that the sun is for sure beginning to set. The orange and purple and pink colors in the sky kind of reflect off the stone outside, and still no word from Valinor or Mr. Scruff, but the dwarves, aside from watching you in silence, arms folded, kind of grumpy looking, they just kind of continue to babysit, but they do accommodate you guys. They fetch you a pail of water or two if you need it, and they don't mind parting with some dried meats and ale, but for the most part, they are just silently watching you.
So, are they like just short distance away from us, like 5 feet, or is it more of like they're like 20, 10, 15, 20 feet away from us?
Well, so they've made like a makeshift camp on the soft sands in this cave for you and your mounts, and they're giving you your guys' space. But there is, aside from the two door guards, there is four dwarves, fully armored and with axes on their belts, and they're standing in like a half moon kind of I guess formation, but they're giving you guys your space. They're 10, 15 feet away. They're not trying to be all up in your business, but they definitely are for sure standing guard watching you guys.
So I'd kind of say to the rest of the group underneath my breath. So a Blade definitely heard some some commotion back there through the door. Sounds like we're probably near their main, I don't know, city, town. Maybe they're just mining here temporarily, like Valinor said they do. Moving throughout different deposits, but definitely seems to be a lot more than meets the eye here. Should probably just, I don't know, I guess play cool until Valinor comes back. Unless somebody wants to try and talk to one of these guards and see if we can get some more information.
Well, we happen to know a man that's named Silver String that happens to have a bit of a silver tongue. And he'll just kind of wink at Blade.
Blade will kind of smile and look at the dwarves and be like, "So, what are your names?"
Do you say this in common?
I'm going to say it in Dwarvish, actually.
So they kind of look to each other, kind of stunned for a second. A couple of them look back to each other and then look back to you. Well, they say in Dwarvish, an elf that speaks Dwarvish. Well, I've seen everything. What can we do for you, elf? You need some more water, not enough food. You need some more bedding or something.
No, you see, my friends and I have been kind of waiting for it's been a little while now, and our friends Valinor and Scruff have been out for a little while, just wondering what's going on. I've been hearing a little bit of commotion. Sounds almost like there's a little, hitting of anvils, maybe a lot of movement going on.
Yeah, we got most of the colony here mining a bit of mithril. We came upon, but there's none of you to mind. Valinor and Scrafaldo will be back soon enough. I'm sure the elder has a good reason for keeping him, and well, Scrafaldo didn't look like he was in the best shape, so I wouldn't doubt he maybe swings by a healer before returning. But don't be fretting. Your friends will be returned to you by morn at the very least.
Can I do a perception check on him?
Yeah, what are you looking for particularly?
Just to see if he's, just kind of like blown me off, just, saying everything will be good, but I just want to see if he's kind of covering something.
Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Can I also insight, since I speak Dwarvish and I've been, kind of hearing this conversation and watching it?
Absolutely.
All right.
No, not good for me. 7.
Ooh, good for me though. Dirty 20.
Excellent.
Well, it kind of goes over your head a little bit, or Blade goes over Blade's head a little bit, but Gladier, you pick up a little bit of, they're being as forthcoming with you as they have been told to be, but you get by the kind of the hushed whispers and stern glances that dwarves really aren't fond of elves, and they kind of give both Logos and Blade a kind of whenever they give them a glance, they give them like a crumpled nose, like maybe they smelled something bad or something. But it's pretty clear that they're being cordial because they were asked to by their leaders, but they are for sure not fond of elf folk.
Chill. So, do you know, excuse my elf friend here, he can get he's got a way with words, he likes to talk to people, he enjoys, speaking to people. all that, but we don't mean to pry too much. We're just a little concerned, but it helps us ease our mind that you say that they're going to be taken care of back there. Um, Now, is your whole colony back there? You said
It's a
must be
clan,
big
and
operation.
yeah, most of us are here mining the mithril, including the elders and the women folk.
So, crap! I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, I was gonna say something, and then it was just gone. um. Oh God. Yep. Nope. Never mind. Come back to me.
Okay, yeah, as the dwarves are happy to chat you up and give you a bit of information, but they're definitely not seeking you out for conversation. They're just kind of there watching, whispering, amongst themselves. But for the most part, they're just kind of keeping a friendly eye and offering their to help out the party and in any way that they need, food and water and accommodations wise.
Oh, I have an idea. So, actually, I didn't catch your names before. You guys, have preferred names you like to go by? I mean, I'm later. Yeah, I introduced the rest of the party earlier. I'm not sure if you remember, but uh, my name's Glader, and also I'm saying all this in Dwarvish. I'm trying to, get as much positive energy from them as possible, so I'm using their native tongue.
Well, welcome, Glader. This is the Stonehand clan, and you didn't catch your names because we didn't give them. But if you must, I am Shtal. I'll drop it in the feed there, Boosh. The Stonehand clan, Shtal Stonehand, at your service. You guys seem to talk a lot. What can we do for you to I don't really know what the elders out there doing, but the fact that you care enough to speak Dwarvish here, shows a good sign of respect. Uh, what can we do for you? I mean, we can't let you in, but you're guests, so we'll accommodate you as best as we can. Is there anything we could do aside from food and water for you and your mounts? Make anything more comfortable for you?
Oh, well, I was just, I think we're all about as comfortable as we can be in this situation, but I just wanted to get to know who our gracious hosts were. I'm actually I grew up in these mountains, so my family has a healthy relationship with the dwarves. Well, they had healthy relationship with the dwarves. I'm not sure if you've heard of the Githmar clan, but I'm one of the few sole survivors of that clan.
Well, the Stonehand clan's done well by itself. We're one of the larger clans in the area for sure. We mine the precious metals and gems we can come across, and we are some of the finest craftsmen for goods you will ever meet. Some of our trained individuals have been making these items and things for hundreds of years, to last hundreds more. And aside from that, we keep mostly to ourselves. We trade with outsiders and other clans as need be, but we we avoid the cities. The Silver Queen's politics are not for us, so we just essentially became ungovernable, began governing ourselves without utilizing their resources. No roads or taxes here, but also no amenities like gold. everything's a trade system here. But yeah, if you guys got some fancy goods to be trading, we might could work something out. And he kind of looks to you and your gear, Gladier, as you are kind of the most armored of the group aside from Valinor.
Actually, we are not fans of the Silver Queens ourselves either. Um, we're actually working to, take her down. That's why we're traveling through your lands here. And again, we are very gracious that you have hosted us so kindly. You could have left us out there in the cold, but you've taken us in and provided us food and water and fed our mouths. So we appreciate that greatly. But I think some of us actually might have some things you're interested in. If you are open to some trade, we might be in the market for some interesting items. And since you are some of the finest craftsmen in these lands, we'd be fools to pass up on that offer.
As soon as you start talking trade, a couple of the dwarves in this semicircle go completely lax and start like eyeballing you up and down, and your companions as well. And you're talking to Chatal, and one of his companions kind of walks over to the party, who I assume is kind of posted up in various spots around this little makeshift camp spot, and the smaller dwarf, clears his throat, and in kind of a broken common, he says a single word: "Trade." And he looks out to the party and kind of extends a hand.
So I'm gonna pause with Stahl at the moment, turn around and to the party. So, these are actually some really good craftsmen, and I'm not sure if we want to take a look at their wares, but I know we have some items that we just recently procured from Valinor that, not sure, I mean, just throwing it out there, I might take a look, but, think you guys got some things you might want to trade. They're not really fond of gold, so don't offer that. They have no use for it. Gold and silver and copper pieces, but if you guys want to trade any of those fancy gems or something you got, they might be up for it. Turn back to Stahl and be like, well, I just let them know that we might be open to some trade, and then I'm gonna take my pack off my back and pull out the opal that I received from Valinor's treasury worth 1,000 GP, and just hold that while I wait for the rest of my party to, say yes or no or come up and participate.
I mean, I'll never turn down an appraisal from a dwarf, and he'll pull out the gem that he also got from the treasury and kind of step forward and hold it out.
As you guys kind of brandish these gems, both Chatal and his like small henchman look back to each other and all right, yeah. And Chatal kind of bows. Chatal runs over to the secret kind of cubby that your wand had discovered earlier, Renwick. He runs over several feet on the other side of this door and punches a stone and slides out a kiosk of sorts. Looks to be specifically used for trading with outsiders. And he slides this small shelf out of the wall, and it is adorned with some goods. And he motions both you and Gladier over to the makeshift stall he's just kind of pulled out of the stone.
Little Crystal kind of walk over just to get a look.
What has been pulled out essentially is like several shelves in this stone, and upon all of the each shelf is like some masterfully crafted some like masterwork tools and kits and things like these are things that are above and beyond as far as quality and durability and things. And there's just a whole bunch of different types of kits, like tool kits and things. One's for carpentry, one's for blacksmithing, another is for herbalism, and these all seem to be like masterfully made. And also, there is a weapon and armor rack that comes sliding out of this wall that he pulls out for your viewing pleasure. And there are several masterwork quality weapons, various swords, axes, warhammers, and the like. All of them seem to be melee weapons, but they are masterfully crafted and look to have been taken some great time and care, and all of them appear to be like above and beyond the most top notch quality work. And aside from that, they have an armor rack, and it's not any light armors or any heavy armors, but it is a plethora of medium armors that are of similar quality of the tools and the weapons. It is just like a masterfully made, masterwork quality armors. But they are all seeming to be the one thing they have in common is that they are all medium sets of armor, not light, not heavy, but in between. And the dwarves kind of gesture to their stock as they greedily eye the gems in your guys' hands.
These are beautiful pieces. Do any of them have any magical properties?
Nay, not magic, but a finer make you will not find. It's not uncommon for wizards to seek our wares for enchanting purposes.
Locust will just do that little nod and that 3-second after look. Well, yeah, well, I don't say anything I really want, and then walk away.
Okay, give me a perception check as you're kind of perusing the wares, though, Chris.
Seven.
7?
Yep, I ain't seeing shit.
You
Can
notice
I-
that there are fine dwarven wares indeed, but nothing really strikes your eye.
Can I make one? I don't want to get too close, seeing as that my passive, like, perception and insight is pretty high. So I would have got the feeling that they don't particularly like me and Blade. Can I just like take a look at the armor, see if anything stands out?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a perception check for sure.
Ah, fuck that up. Does a 70 does it count?
No, unfortunately.
21 then.
So, is there any armor that you're looking for specifically? Because as you're going over like their sets of medium armor, they unfortunately they don't have any like hide armor, but they do have chain shirts, scale mail, breastplate, and a half plate armor, and it is all finely made from rare materials, and it has expertly crafted moldings and things on it. It is definitely of higher quality, but all medium armors.
I don't know. Can I wear medium armor?
You should have
Yeah.
a like an armor proficiency that would allow you to wear some kind of armor. I imagine rangers probably stick with light due to the stealth, but I could be wrong.
Light and medium armor. Right now, I'm just wearing some studded leather. Um, Seeing as I like to be agile, and I like to be hunkered down. But I get the impression that any of those might add a little boost to AC without diminishing my agility.
So as the medium armor is masterwork quality, typically it'll give you like we'll say like chain shirt is 13 plus your dex modifier, but you get a max on your dex modifier, so it'll be max 2. So because of the masterwork quality, and it is just a lighter, harder material, it is a little bit more flexible, a little bit better crafted, you can actually bump that up to a +3. So as far as medium armor is concerned, the with this masterwork quality, your max dex modifier will be 3 instead of 2, and you will not get disadvantage on stealth for the few sets that do imbue that. That those stats are kind of negated with masterwork quality. So I don't know what your armor class is right now, but if you have a dex modifier that's more than 3, a chain shirt and your max dex modifier will put you at like 16.
My AC is at 17 with the studded leather you gave us.
So if you wanted to move up, I mean, you could technically go for scale mail, breastplate, or half plate, and as long as your max dex is, your dex modifier is 3 or higher, you could, add. You basically gives you a little bit of a bump from what the PHB would offer for standard equipment, but yeah, you'll have to. It does limit your dexterity modifier bonus to like your armor class at some point.
Well, in that case, I'll probably just peruse the wares and, like I said, not get too close or touch any of their armor. Just kind of look from a distance and stay quiet, stay put.
Okay, yeah. Aside from the armors, there's some fairly nice melee weapons and like some different tools and kits and things. It looks some alchemist supplies or some cook's utensils or jewelers tools and things that seem to be expertly made. But aside from that. The dwarves kind of look eagerly to Gladier and Renwick in particular, since they are palming gems.
Renwick is gonna just basically pass the gem over, and he'll be like, "If you'd like to take a look at that, while I take a look at your wares and see if there's anything that piques my fancy, we can have a chat here in a moment." And he'll just go to see if there's any sort of like, I guess, +1 daggers or any sort of maybe navigation tools or trinkets or just anything of interest.
Okay,
For a road.
okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of peruse the wares.
6.
With that, you just kind of get the basics. There's definitely a fine array of blades. You could definitely pick up a masterwork dagger or 2, maybe a masterwork short sword. And the kits, it's kind of just a higher quality of what you would be able to maybe purchase at like a general store. The climber kits are exceptionally high quality, as so are the other random kits they seem to have acquired, and tools and things. You do kind of peruse across a fancy set of thieves' tools, however.
Yeah, I guess he'll kind of eyeball those and keep them in mind, and he'll head back over and acknowledge the dwarf and just be like, "So, what do you think that gem there will fetch me? I see something that might come in handy."
He looks at your gem and he looks at his wares and back to you. For this gem, you could take any item you want, be it a weapon, a suit of armor, some toolkits, whatever you need. An even trade. You give me this, I'll give you a choice on any one of these wares here.
Oh, my friend, I might not be a dwarf, but I'm smart enough to know that this gem is worth far more than that. So I think I'll have to pass, but I do appreciate your time. And he'll take his gem back and kind of step back and let Gladiator step forward.
You see like a slight sadness in his eye as the gem wanders away from his clasp, but he quickly gets over it and then turns to Gladiator.
So they don't have any like magic items. It's just masterwork. No like rings or anything.
He turns to you as you kind of say that and says, "Well, I didn't say that. You presented a gem and I presented some wares. But you want better wares. I'm gonna need a better gem." He kind of smiles at you.
Mm.
Blade is gonna kind of overhear this, and he's gonna pull out his gem that he got, and say, "A gem like this."
And what gem was that?
That was, I was trying to look it up, and it was.
It was worth 5,000 GP.
Is it adjacent like what I have?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So you pull this gem out, and his eyes widen. And beneath his little stall that he's kind of pulled out for you, he drags a wee silver chest out from around it and kind of plops it in front of you. And he looks you up and down. "Well, elf, for that, I'll give you a choice on one of these." And he opens up this chest. He has a key, and it looks particularly made. Unlocks the chest and opens it. And within this chest are 3 items, each kind of put on their own, fluffy pedestal. A mithril circlet inlaid with 2 white opals on either end. A fine leather belt with an axe-shaped mithril clasp and buckle, and a pair of mithril chain boots. All 3 of these items, when he opens this chest, kind of have the a vibrating, almost pulsing feature, and it is clear without doing too much investigation that each one of these are a magical item.
Blade's gonna smile and be like, "Oh, well, those are some pretty nice wares." And can I take a look at that kind of circlet?
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me like an investigation check as you kind of check it out.
Later would like to look at the belt and actually the belt and the boots.
Okay, yeah. Anybody interested in any of the items, give me an investigation check for sure.
Cocked. That's better. 17. Oh, Will.
Oh, man, every fucking time.
So Will, with that roll, you kind of you eyeball it, and you can tell it pulses with some kind of arcane energy, but you fail to discern from what kind of effects it may or may not have. Gladier with a 17. Did you want to check out the belt or the boots first?
Check out the belt first.
You kind of eyeball it. You definitely get a good sense of the that there's some arcane magic running through this belt. But as far as what it does particularly, you're not sure. But given the dwarven symbols carved upon it, you assume it has something to do with battle.
Gotcha.
And Renwick, I assume you're throwing your 2 cents in for maybe the boots then?
Yeah. I mean, he does like to look fancy. I'd imagine a pair of fancy boots might be right up his alley.
So with the 17, kind of similar to Gladier's rule, you're looking at the boots and you can get a sense of some kind of arcane feel to them. While you're not 100% sure what they do, the texture and the make of them, you can assume it's got something to do with movement or mobility.
Gladiator's gonna turn back to. So what's the? I'm sorry. Can you explain again the symbolism on the belt? Like what is branded into it or carved into it?
Sure, it is a fine leather belt with an axe-shaped mithril clasp and buckle.
Now, I'm not quite sure if my gem here is going to be enough to purchase that, but Locris, you might be interested. I think you might have something worth trading, and potentially this belt might be useful to you. Looks like something to do with might enhance your fighting capabilities, and I know like you like to get up close and personal.
Little Chris will get up and walk back over and check out the belt. Am I able to do an Arcana check on it? See if I can maybe.
You can give me an investigation or an arcana check.
Natural 20 for 23.
Nice.
Okay, so as you're kind of checking out this belt, it's very, very well made, and you're not sure what creature the leather was pulled from, but you're sure it wasn't, it was something, finer and maybe a little more mysterious than a cow. But you get a sense, without tuning yourself, you won't know exactly what it does. But upon inspecting it, you get a sense that if you equip this belt and were to get into melee combat, you would hit significantly harder than you do now.
Alright, I'll look at the dwarf and say, I'm interested in this belt.
Well, what have you for trade then? It is a hefty, powerful relic crafted by the magics of our people, and it is worth quite a bit, but it is for trade if you have the right gem or perhaps an item of equal value.
Yeah, what the hell? And I'll pull up and hold up my Jacint and say, I'll trade this for the belt. Also, I know that my gem is worth a lot more than your belt, so how about the boots plus what I smack later, his gem for the belt and the boots for these two gems.
Give me a persuasion check. He kind of eyes you up and down.
Come on, Warlock.
21.
He kind of looks at you and the gem and the belt. He says, "Oh, well, I mean, I'll tell you what. The gem is of a fine cut. It exceeds the value of the belt, but only barely. I'll throw in a kit, one of these fine made kits, for you to make up the difference. But this trade is solo, but between me and you, not me and the party."
The thieves kit, and you're on.
He nods and throws in a set of masterwork thieves tools.
All right, and then I will give him the gem, take the belt, and go sit to start attuning.
He holds it high above his head and just kind of like in awe, like, oh yeah, and then slowly stuffs it into his pocket as you venture forth.
Yeah, seeing that Blade was very interested in the circlet, but wasn't really able to figure out. Yeah, he looked really confused by his expression, at what it does. Can I possibly take a closer look at it? Because I haven't looked at that one yet. To see maybe
Absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation or arcana check.
Can I take a look at the boots?
Yeah, same deal. Give me an investigation or arcana.
Oh yes, that's a good roll. It's a dirty 20. Investigation or Arcana, they're both +3 for me.
Okay, so as you
Yeah.
kind of turn the mithril circlet over in your hands and you're looking at some of the runes and it is a thin mithril circlet. Inlaid upon it are two white opals, and without attuning yourself to it, you don't really know 100% what it's going to do. But you are for sure that the arcane magic involved in this circlet is definitely affects greatly boosts the powers of one's mind.
I rolled a 19 on mine. I have +1 to both investigation arcana. So it'd be a 19 total no matter what.
It is a pair of mithril chain boots. You know the way it is kind of intricately woven and layered upon itself. It looks, that you may or may not, depending on where you're at and what you're doing, as you kind of gauge these boots. It looks to have something to do with you know mobility. You're not sure if maybe they'll make you a little quicker or maybe a little more sturdy on your feet, but you get a sense that it is something to do with that kind of magic.
Um, I'll I'll walk back and I'll talk to Renwick, kind of quietly to him. And it seems that the boots would help with mobility of some kind. Maybe we could make a deal for those. I'm telling you because I get the sense that they don't like my kind, so it might be better coming from your mouth.
Well, would you like me to take your gem and see if I can't get those boots for you then?
Well, I mean, do we know that they want 5,000 gem, or would they be willing to take less and I can pay you the difference in gold?
Well, if they don't trade in currency that's, our currency, something tells me it's really just a gem for an item. So I can try. You can give me your gem. I can try my gem first. We'll see if it works, and if not, I can trade yours, but something tells me it's got to be one conversation. I'm not going to be able to go back and forth.
All right, and kind of like shake his hand and kind of slide the gem into his hand. Be careful with it. It's a very pretty piece of rock.
Oh. Soft hands. And he'll kind of wink at him. And he'll turn around and he'll go to try to trade his gem first for the boots.
And so what kind of gem is this again?
This is. Let me. Star Ruby.
Oh, that's 5,000,
That is
right?
Translucent ruby gemstone with a white star-shaped center worth 1,000 gold pieces. But if they think it's worth 5,000, I'm gonna let it be worth 5,000.
I remember one ruby I gave you guys was 5,000, but that's not quite the one. As you kind of present the gem, the dwarf kind of looks to the boots and then to the gem and kind of just gives you like kind of a sour face. Like, it's gonna take a little more than that to get these boots. They're fine quality and rare crafting, but I'd trade the gem you got there for any one of my kits, a suit of armor, a weapon maybe. Kind of gestures back, to everything. Like he's got, masterwork thieves tools, pretty much all kinds of kits, climbers kits, disguise kits, all kinds of things.
He'll tuck that ruby away and he'll go, well, I mean, that's fair. I mean, you're clearly doing quality work here. You wouldn't consider any sort of a group discount, would you? If we're doing you a fair amount of business, I can't imagine too many people pass through here very often.
Only those we call allies, usually, running between here and the civilized world, as we don't tend to trade with anyone in cities or representing cities. No formal trade routes, if you will.
Well, I don't take it you'd consider us allies, considering your friend that went down the hallway with our friends did say we were allies for now.
I guess that depends on what they say when they get back now, doesn't it?
Oh, that's a fair point. Well, I do happen to have this gem here, and he'll pull out Logus's gem and see if it piques the dwarf's fancy.
Is that the ruby, the fist-sized ruby?
Yes, it's a ruby worth 5,000 gold.
He looks at you, Redwing, and says, now that stone is worth those boots all day long, my friend.
And, yeah, I mean, it seems like a fair trade. And then he'll glance over. Is there anybody in the party that is interested in any other set of tools? Because I heard a set of thieves' tools.
I mean, I got a pretty good sleight of hand. If you want to give, we could both rock a pair if need be.
I can't remember what other sort of tools they had.
All right, so he'll palm the ruby over to the guy, and as I imagine their hands are smaller, so it's fist size. So they basically are just passing this fucking rock that's the size of their hand over. They'll just be like, any chance that you'd toss in an extra pair of those thieves' tools over there? And he'll give him another wink.
He kind of looks to you and then looks to the cut of the beautiful ruby, and it's almost like he's not paying attention to you as he gazes deep into this ruby. He's like, yeah, sure, kid, whatever you want, it's yours. And he's kind of definitely obsessed with the cut of this ruby as he kind of inspects it further.
Perfect. And he'll just say, well, you're a gentleman and a scholar. And he'll walk over and pick up a set of tools and the boots and just head back over.
Just to make sake of brevity, I don't want to take up too much more time on shopping. So all the armor they had was medium armor, and you said there was mithril. stuff?
It's all masterwork quality, but it is not mithril armor. No, but it is. He has pretty much any medium armor you would like. He has it in masterwork quality, so very high quality medium armors. It will allow a max dex bonus of 3 instead of 2, and offers no disadvantage on stealth checks.
Okay. So if I get, like half plate, that would be. 'Cause I'm trying to think what the normal half plate armor is. Is regular half plate armor +2?
So let me look that up real quick. Regular half plate armor. You're looking at 15 plus your dex modifier, but the max is 2 for your dex modifier. So you're looking at a 17 total. Becomes an 18 if you have a higher dexterity modifier than 2 with masterwork.
Okay, so my dex modifier is 0, so it'd still be 17.
Correct. Yeah, the idea behind it is that it's lighter and easier to maneuver, so you don't get hindered as much by the dexterity maximums. But if you don't have any dexterity at all, the extra flexibility in the armor is kind of useless.
But it does take away the disadvantage I have on stealth.
Correct.
So it might be worth it. I might try and do some haggling here. So I'm gonna walk up to him and get pick up the half plate armor and pull up my opal. So now I'm thinking about getting this armor here, and I got this nice gem that you were admiring before. But I was wondering if I could potentially work out a deal with you, because this is a mighty fine gem here. And while this is very nice armor, I just feel like I might be able to, get a little more. What would you say about I give you this gem, take this armor, and you also just do me one little favor of sending a messenger to Hammerton to a fellow smithy named Boratar, because I have an order with him for a shield, and I was wondering if maybe you could pick up the shield from him and deliver it to me in Dipper's Point.
He looks at your quality of your gem and back to the suit of armor, and he agrees. I can send a dove or a raven on the morn. He'll get the message before you get to Dipper's Point for sure.
Well, thank you very much. I'll hand over the gem and take that armor. So it's just a regular.
It's a masterwork quality half plate. It's not like emblazoned with your family crests or anything, but it does offer. It is 15 plus the dex modifier, max of 3, and you don't suffer disadvantage while stealthing.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the boots that Renwick bought and go sit down and kind of try to attune to them. Do I figure out what they are?
It takes a little bit of time to attune to them, about the same time as a short rest, like 20-30 minutes. So you kind of don them and you are moving about with them on your feet as you're kind of trying to figure that out. Yeah, so as you guys are kind of attuning yourselves to these items, let me flip a few pages here. So, we're going to go to the belt. A fine leather belt with an axe-shaped mithril clasp and buckle. It is known as the Belt of the Savage Attacker. It does require attunement. However, you gain, while this belt is equipped and attuned, you gain the feat Savage Attacker. Hello, Chris.
Roger.
And then the mithril chain boots, as you kind of sprint about and you walk around with the boots on. This pair of mithril chain boots must be attuned, but when attuned and equipped, you gain the feat mobile. Logos.
Gotcha. Gotta look up what that does.
Okay, so Savage Attacker is once per turn. When you roll damage for a melee weapon attack, you can re-roll the weapon's damage dice and use either total. And then let's flip over to the boots. Mobile. You are exceptionally speedy and agile. You gain the following benefits. Your speed increases by 10 feet. When you use the dash action, difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement on that turn. And when you make a melee attack against a creature, you don't provoke opportunity attacks from that creature for the rest of the turn, whether you hit it or not. After some time, bartering and whatnot, the Valinor does return to the party, but not in tow with the elder or your his dwarven companion. He does slowly make his way to the party and greets you all. It is roughly dinnerish time. The sun has set for a couple of hours at this point, and he says, "Well, Mr. Scruff is in good hands. His people have seen his plight and his struggle, and hopefully this turns out to be for the better. I do not know if he wishes to journey with us still, but we will know by morning, as I think they would not like us to stay much more than the following morning. They are kind of a private people. I see you may have talked them into some trading, no?" As he kind of eyeballs your guys' new items.
Yeah, we might have found some interesting things from your friends here. Definitely might be a little helpful, and I don't have a Gethmar family crest emblazoned across my chest anymore, so might be able to hide a little bit better.
Indeed, that armor looks great on you. He kind of taps it, and it is definitely a snugger fit than your other armor. Almost as if it just fits your form a little bit better.
Oh, thank you. Once this is all said and done, I might get it modified a little bit, get my family crest back on here, but I think for the time being, it's good to lay low.
Indeed, well, we are safe here for the night, so if you do not need to pull guard or anything, you will be more than safe here with the dwarves. I am going to get some much needed rest, and we will head out at first light, so be ready by then, okay? And he kind of saunters off to one of the makeshift tents the dwarves had set up, and he crawls inside and snuggles down with a bedroll, kind of gazing at the fire as he slowly starts kind of nodding off. The dwarves kind of clean up a little bit, but they restash some of their gear. After all the trading seems to be done for the time being, and they just kind of post up as before. They stand in a semicircle, kind of around the party, while you guys kind of get ready to bed down and things, keeping watch.
Yeah, the Glader would probably just find another tent or a bedroll and sit down and near a fire and start winding down, getting ready for bed.
Okay, yeah, and so anything the party needs to do before rolling out the next morning?
Nope, just the usual.
Okay, yeah. So, the dawn rises early the next day, and Valinor gets out of bed and stretches, begins packing up his things, and the dwarves have accommodated you guys pretty good. Resupply your mounts and things, and you do notice that Mr. Scruff comes out to the room that the party is in, and you notice that he is donned in some pretty decent armor of his own. A shining chain shirt, and it looks like a decent axe at his side. A lot different look than the beaten and battered guy who's sat in a fetal position in his own cloak for a day or two worth of travel. He looks reinvigorated, color back to his face, and though he still has one closed eye and the scars of the word traitor and draconic across his face, he is still quite capable. It looks like he intends to journey with the party still, reinvigorated by his clan and visiting his people. So Valinor kind of thanks the dwarves, and Mr. Scruff once again helps himself to the back of Blade's wagon and just kind of posts up, as he has short legs and no mount. And Valinor once again kind of begins leading you guys down the mountainside into the fresh, crisp mountain morning air. A sun kind of beaming down upon you guys. And it is several hours worth of travel before you break this really kind of rough path that you guys have been taking. It's constant. Gladir and Valinor are tossing rocks from the road as you guys kind of try to pass by. But you guys do eventually come to a more... you slope downward ever so slightly over several hours of travel to a more pleasant terrain to travel over. The rough, rocky mountain area slowly becomes rolling hills of grass as you kind of enter a light plain, a light grassy plain, and continue to make your way forward. Another evening is spent kind of in the bush as Eve approaches. Valinor kind of sets you guys up a decent enough camp. Nothing particular in the way of food or anything, but just kind of dry rations. But for the most part, the night is uneventful. As you guys pick up the following day and continue on, several hours into your now much easier travels, you do see, as the river ahead of you comes to a point, you do see what you believe to be Dipper's Point trading post. And Valinor kind of, he verifies this and points it out in the coming distance. A riverside community of bronze and blue dragonborn. Alongside many humans, they have crafted a major shipping and trading hub for northern Hordenshire, consisting mostly of docks, stables, taverns, and inns. It also has an impressive market for most things people would seek, legal or otherwise, by the amount of shady individuals hanging around. A few local fishermen and farms kind of dot the nearby landscape, and this is one of the few towns in Hordenshire where many merchants come and go via both road and riverboat. So as you guys kind of approach this larger economic city, Dipper's Point, you're still kind of on the outskirts, and Valinor gestures for the party to follow him. And though it looks like you're heading straight for town, he takes like a hard left at the last minute, and staying to the outskirts of town, Valinor leads you guys to a chapel of Pelor. And as he enters, it is a stone building with a high bell tower, several pews and benches, but it looks like maybe there's no ceremonies happening at the moment. A single priest genuflects at this altar and is offering a prayer to Pelor as Valinor approaches. He clasps the man on his shoulder to his surprise, and he turns around and they briefly share an embrace and a whisper, and Valinor passes something between him to the other priest. And the priest looks up at him and nods, and then back to the party. And Valinor quickly walks out the door and around to the back of the church, of this little chapel, and turns to the party and says, "Well, I have acquired us a safe place so that we do not have to show our faces in town until we know what is going on exactly, but from the sight of things, silver soldiers are as rampant here as they are anywhere else, so we must be diligent in our secrecy. But a few friends here or there have agreed to help us," and he throws open the cellar doors to an outside cellar underneath the church, and makes his way in. And you guys see that it has been converted to a small quarters. It is no longer a dank, dusty cellar for food and things. There are a few beds, a few desks, a hearth, a fireplace, and things. A few cooking utensils, but it is essentially somewhat of a secret safe house, known mostly only to the priest of Pelor above. We can stay here, and it will cost us nothing. We can investigate the town if you'd like to get a boat or something. Or perhaps travel on the road or the river down to Wormhearth and try there for a boat. It is really on the party here. But aside from acquiring the accommodations, I must, regrettably, this is as far as we travel together. I must leave from here to notify my order of the plans and the moving ahead of schedule, thanks to the Silver Queen. But as I said before, we should meet in Frostfire. That is the goal. I will have more information for you there. And he writes down a few notes and gives it to you, Gladier. You're looking for the White Rabbit Inn in the town of Frostfire. That's where Valinor wishes to meet up with you, and suggests that that's the best rendezvous point for moving forward upon the Silver Queen. So he kind of looks to the party and he says, "I'm sorry I must leave you now, but if there is anything you require of me, please speak now, for it might be a few days before we can rendezvous at the very least. So please, anything I could do for the party before we leave. He looks around. Okay then, I guess nothing at all.
Yeah, Glader's gonna stuff the note into his satchel, and then give him like a firm handshake, and then pull him in for a hug. Well, you better keep your ass alive until we get to Crossfire, because I need your help, and we got to finish this for our family. So don't die.
And you the same. Your order must go on to do great things. They cannot be extinguished and fall into the myths and legends of the untold. For sure. I will see you again, Gladier. I promise you this. And take care of my dear friend, Mr. Scruff. He does not like to be so far from his mountains. It's a little honorary, I suppose. But look out for him. He is your best bet, I think, to acquire a ship. His clan's name holds weight with those in Dipper's Point and even Wormhearth. His clan has been known for the appropriation of rare gems and things, and quality goods. So perhaps you may be able to acquire a boat using his aid, but no promises. Who can say how unruly dwarves can really be?
Yeah, don't worry, we'll keep him safe, and I'm sure he'll be useful and helpful to us. Anything we can do to help.
Yeah, he also kind of like predator handshakes Mr. Scruff and gives him a head nod, and they have a bit of an awkward goodbye as well. And Scruff wastes no time after Valinor sets off. Scruff makes his way to the food and the liquor that is available here, and makes a healthy portion for himself of both, and just kind of posts up, happy to be off the road. You guys do notice that his beard is growing back at an astonishable rate. What was bare skin only 2 days ago is, a few inches of hair at this point.
Scruff, your beard's growing in mighty quick. You got a secret to that?
Good genes, I would imagine. He kind of smiles, and for the first time in some time, he's kind of smiles his crooked smile at you. You do notice he's missing a couple of teeth he wasn't before.
Guess I won't know anything about that. My kind doesn't really grow beards. Or hair in general.
He kind of looks perplexed at the thought for a moment, kind of thinking about it as he eyeballs you up and down, and he kind of shudders. Gross. Goes back to eating. And I think with that, this is going to be where we're going to have to call the session for the time being, gentlemen.
Right. Nice little mini Sturge attack and shopping episode.
Oh, Logus, I think you might have forgotten to say that you picked up the Sturge bodies so you could start your small business.
Gross business.
I DM Sean on the side, slide a hand it so nobody sees.
I did actually debate trying to sleight of hand some of the bodies into your bag so that I could make a joke later, but I figured you'd catch me.
Passive perception is fucking ridiculous.
Let's see, roll it in a Bry. Got to beat a passive perception of 20. Not if not, there's like 2 sturge bodies in my bags.
Bogus was first nat one of the night. Oh no.
Renwick goes to put some sturge bodies in your backpack, Logus, and as he opens the backpack, he finds out it's already full of sturge bodies, and he's freaked out and he bails.
And I'm just staring at him at the whole time, and I give him a wink this time.
All right, fellas. Well, thanks for another good session. Keep in touch with me on the socials and whatnot, and we will do this again soon. Yeah.
Hell
Sounds
yeah.
good, guys.
Absolutely.
Are we on for? Is anyone traveling for the holidays? Will you guys be back next Wednesday?
Yeah, I'll be
20
back on Monday, so I should be all set.
I'm gonna be gone next week, actually.
Oh, okay. Might be time for another one shot.
Ooh, one shot time. I've been waiting for this.
This is my gift to you guys.
Your Christmas gift to the DM. He gets to play a one shot.
Yeah, we'll figure out in chat over the next couple days who's gonna run something, and we'll just plan on whoever can make it next week. We'll do something fucking goofy.
Sounds cool. Sounds good to me.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, fellas.
Okay, fellas. Talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Kitchen.
All right.